Dear participants of the meeting, please take your seats. Kindly be seated.
Уважаемые участники,
Dear participants of the meeting, please kindly be seated. The meeting is about to start in a couple of minutes. Yangantau is a legendary mountain, a country of wonders of the sleeping dragon. The cries of birds and hawks, the land of the national hero Salavat Yulaev, the great geological history and traditions dating back to many centuries. Yangantau Geopark was created by the order of the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan in 2017. There are more than 20 geological facilities and sites. 37 monuments have international importance. The first one is Mechetleno Kat, Большая Luka Kat, and Yangantau Mount. Yangantau Kat belongs to the Permian period, and it is a candidate for Golden Nail Prize. In 1934, our geologist Semikhatova, she described the stratotype of Bashkirian soils. The balneological water treatment are also very important and famous. From the subsurface, we receive gases which have very high and positive influence on and treatment use on the human body. The goal was set recently to make sure that Yangantau Geopark joins UNESCO system of geoparks. We created a concept, we studied the experience, we went abroad, and we understood very precisely which path to take. And in a very short period of time, within 3 years, we have implemented the project. We have joined the system of UNESCO geoparks. Starting from 2017, a huge amount of work was done to promote the geopark, to prepare the nomination dossier, to come up with a roadmap, to defend the project in front of the juries of the international level. Thanks to the interaction of the population and the governmental bodies and international organizations, that has become possible. One of the main conditions is involvement of local folk to the work of geopark. The people supported us, and many of local enterprises are our partners nowadays. As a result of implemented work, on the 1st of September 2019, Yangantau Geopark was accepted into the system of global geoparks. And on 2009 session of executive session of UNESCO, it has received the status of global UNESCO geopark. Our geopark is the first one in Russia and post-Soviet territory. It's the first UNESCO geopark. Yangantau is the pride of Bashkortostan, a country of legend and a wonderful, splendid place of power. The meeting of the Board of Trustees is opened by Radi Khabirov, the head of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Greetings, dear colleagues, greetings, dear guests. We today are going to continue a series of meetings dedicated to the development of geoparks in our republic, and we are holding the first meeting of the Board of Trustees. These are unique monuments of nature, and for us it's a huge pressure. It's our national heritage of the Republic, which we are obliged to maintain and preserve. Indeed, our Republic was the first in post-Soviet territory who created the geopark based on Mechetleno geological cut. It's a very important victory for us. That's as far as the legal part of the international status is concerned. Now, to make sure that it becomes the point of attraction for thousands and millions of tourists, we need to develop the infrastructure, we need to develop the territory, we need to promote it in media. And here we need a detailed roadmap on the development of the geopark, well-streamlined environment and framework. We need to invite partners in the sphere of science, geological education. We need to get all the monuments of archaeology involved, some quarries and some open cuts and caves also. So it's quite clear that there is a huge potential for the recreational tourism of 5-star level based on Yangantau recreational facility. It has a very well-developed network of walking tours routes. We need to establish new platform, new sites, comfortable recreational facilities, roadside attractions, and restaurants and catering services. Also, we have to establish Toratau Geopark in Sterlitamak and Dishimbai districts, and a number of facilities of historical and natural prominence. I think it's Mechetlino Cut is a very demonstrative example of the Permian period. Now we have a full-size work preparing the nomination dossier. Simultaneously, we also work as similar to Yangantau on a roadmap. We need to take into consider educational, scientific, and tourist prominence. And here, Krasnosolsky Recreational Home is of a huge help. Toratau territory is closer than Salavat to the International Ufa Airport. It may receive dozens of thousands of guests from Russia and abroad. I think here we should have a very good educational and scientific infrastructure. For example, we can start an international geological school to resolve all those issues and get all the resources involved. That's why we have created our Power of Trustees. It will be a project committee. It will support the implementation of plans on the geoparks. I kindly request all the members of all the trustees to encompass all the initiatives, all the ideas. Dear colleagues, let's continue our work. Our agenda is formed for today. I would like to give the floor to Elena Lysenkova, the head of the State Tourist Projects and Safety of the Federal Agency on Tourism. Elena Vyacheslaevna, you are welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Habirov. Good morning, dear participants of the meeting. On behalf of the Federal Agency for Tourism, I'm happy to greet you. As it was said before, the role of geoparks and its development is extremely vital, not only for the country and for the ecological diversity, but also for the sake of tourism development. The global network of geoparks was created in the early 2000s in the European part of the continent. It was created and it allows to preserve the natural monuments, it facilitates education and practically demonstrates those geopolitical processes of Earth that took place, and it allows to educate the young generation they familiarize with the natural monument of Earth. Russia, Europe, and the globe have a few objects that have such unique geological and political features. The landscapes define the cultural development and diversity of Earth, and they give the characteristics to Bashkortostan and allow to enjoy its diversity. Preserving animals and flora depends not only on the climate, but the landscape and our own activity. And such unique features of the heritage of the Russian Federation should be pointed out. The global geoparks of UNESCO, Yangantau is a part of, are not only the mechanism of preservation and development, they facilitate tourism, they facilitate international cooperation. And thanks to this cooperation, regions of significant geological monuments get a support and provide an approach for such a preservation. You and I are citizens of the country, and we will do our best to touch the beauty. Ecological tourism plays a big role here, and the tourism offers a compatible cooperation of education, tourism, nature, preservation of natural environment and culture. We facilitate support of remote areas. We facilitate economic development and raise of income. We encourage investments into the preservation of the natural features. A lot of people believe that ecological tourism aims at economical incomes, but the main principles of the ecological tourism is to preserve the nature and take care of the environment, to conduct enlightenment and provide ecological sustainability while interacting with UN and a global tourism organization. And participants of these organizations follow the main rules of these organizations. And we travel to the natural monuments in order to learn about them without disrupting their features. And that's why they are so attractive for tourists. It is the most eco-friendly type of tourism. You learn about the nature, you arrange some aesthetic experience. But anyway, you preserve the environment and restore the consumed resources. So that's why we encourage tourism in these territories. The global geoparks of UNESCO aim at informing the population about the natural diversity of Earth. The integration and the strategies for development of geoparks in Bashkortostan is comprised in the project and strategy for development of hospitality industry. It requires support in order to develop its features, and it will be implemented through the creation of new routes, including routes for ecotourism. And we also facilitate the sanatoriums and resorts in the territory of geoparks, and we are going to create some more of these resorts. The Federal Agency for Tourism supports such forms of development and perfection. We want to make these programs of recreation available and affordable for potential tourism, for potential tourists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. We're grateful to the Ministry of Tourism, which is very attentive to cooperation with our republic, and we are expecting we will be happily receive you to take a look at those natural facilities. Dear colleagues, let's continue. Well, actually, I was going to say that the fact that Geopark received international status, that is just the case which has become possible thanks to the operation and work of enthusiasts who have made the decision and with their labor and energy went through this hard path. The enthusiasts include Professor Larissa Bilan, who is present here and who provided scientific shepherding, and Alfred Akbashov, the director of Yangantau Sanatorium, who actually put much effort to make sure that we get international status. I would like to give the floor to Alfred now. Dear Radi, dear members of the Board of Trustees, dear guests, to tell you honestly, I'm absolutely happy that we have lived to see the times when we review the problem of development of geoparks. Actually, the route, the path we went was quite complicated. I would just to say very briefly, I would like to share my experience and understanding of the processes which are involved when it comes to the establishment of geoparks. The idea actually occurred when we understood that we need to preserve Yangantau Mount Yangantau, its unique factors and the surrounding nature. When we began to study those issues, we saw that there is a whole number of national parks, and they do not match the requirements which are put forward because all of them have restrictive character. Well, having become to study, we formed an ideology of a geopark, which at that time was actively promoted and developed. We liked very much the idea of preservation of the surrounding environment and also active participation of local people who should participate directly in the process. And the main task which UNESCO imposes is the increase of well-being of people who live in the given area. And we found very quickly, very promptly, people of common grounds, of common thinking. Larissa from the department of her scientific R&D center, and we developed a concept together. The Ministry of Property gave us their approval to create the Scientific and Educational Center Yangantau. We established a group, a project group, which made a huge amount of work. We also invited all the leading institutions, R&D centers of biology, archaeology, and geology. We made a huge amount of research. We were lucky that we could get to know Mr. McKeever. It's the head of the Department of Geoparks and Geoscience at UNESCO. During the whole time of his presence and work with us, he has visited Yangantau 3 times. And we actually, the negative experience of establishment of geoparks in our republic was also very useful. And we formed a precise conception that we should study existing experience of the leading European geoparks. We also studied the experience of Chinese geoparks. And we very well understood that we're heading in the right direction, because the main goal was development of tourism. And without, it's impossible to do that without attracting tourist flows and increasing well-being of the local people. China, for example, has 200 geoparks. They have regional status, and also about 30 geoparks are international. So they are included in the global network of geoparks. In a very short period of time, within half a year, we, thanks to the efforts of our employees, we prepared a nomination dossier. And the Institute SIGEA R&D Center was of a huge help, and also UNESCO Committee of Russian Federation, who could very quickly promote our nomination dossier. Already in autumn 2018, it was taken for review in UNESCO Committee. Next year, we received experts who made a very thorough review. For quite a long period of time, they couldn't understand that it was possible. They spent 4 days, but unfortunately, they came up with lots of comments and remarks, which we rectified. And our first presentation of Geopark Yangantau was made in Italy at the 8th International Convention of Geoparks, where we received a very high appraisal. Those comments, once rectified, in Indonesia, on the 1st of September, we were accepted to the Global Geopark Network. Already on the 8th of March, at UNESCO committee meeting, we were approved within the system of UNESCO. What I mean to say is that today, this motion, this work, is very actively supported throughout the whole world. And that the fact that the government supports it, I think we are the leaders in the implementation of the system of absolutely new area of tourism all over the world. We have a unique opportunity to become drivers of growth of geopark movement in Russia, and we can implement attract tourist flows, attract international organization and tourists from abroad. We can establish an educational center, a center of competences on the development and implementation, on the teaching of experts of geoparks in Russia. I think all this in complex, these are the questions we can implement. And just to make a conclusion, the geopark ideology is a merging of a human and nature. It's like a window into the nature in our today's urbanized world. It's an opportunity to implement step by step, in 1 or 2 steps, of a person, of an urban person, to see the world in all its beauty. So it's a way to yourself. Thank you so much. Of course, dear colleagues, I would like to say also that a huge help came and should be mentioned. The head Kashap of Mars, the head of the administration of the city of Salavat. So we have two heads of municipalities here present who are members of the Board of Trustees. Please exchange your experience because in order to prepare Toratau dossier. We have an address of Mr. Christoph Vanderberg, the manager of Geoparks and Geoscience. Dear participants, we are kindly requested to put on your headsets for simultaneous translation.
Your Excellency, Dr. Ordzhonikidze, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of the Foreign Ministry of Russia, and Secretary General of the Russian Commission for UNESCO, dear representatives of the Republic of Bashkortostan, dear Excellencies, dear friends of the Yangangtao UNESCO Global Geopark. On behalf of UNESCO, I wish to welcome you to this International Business Week and in particular to the ceremony that you've set up to hand over the UNESCO Global Geopark certificate. I regret that I have to greet you through a video message, but in addition to living very strange times of COVID restrictions, this event overlaps as well with UNESCO's executive board, and hence I cannot be live with you today. But let me first congratulate our colleagues from the Yangangtao UNESCO Global Geopark once again for having obtained the UNESCO denomination. I know how much time and effort you have put in this and what a long road you have walked to come to this point. But you are now a member of a family of 161 UNESCO Global Geoparks, spread over 44 countries all around the globe. And while we expect from you that you keep up the high standards and that you develop yourself further in all aspects of the UNESCO Global Geoparks, you can also count on the support of UNESCO, of its Secretariat, but also together with our statutory partner, the Global Geoparks Network, and the support of all the individual sites as well. UNESCO is particularly proud with this new edition in Russia. It's the first one in the region, and we hope that it inspires others to join the network. I am certain that your involvement in this event, but actually in all the events that you've set up over the past couple of months, networking events, capacity building events, that will all contribute to that. And I wish to thank you here once again, the entire Geoparks team, for all your efforts. UNESCO is very proud of the UNESCO Global Geoparks as the youngest UNESCO site denomination. And we are very pleased to see the growing interest worldwide. We strongly believe in the force of geoparks for their contribution to the 2030 development agenda, but also for their resilience. And I think this has been demonstrated and is being demonstrated still during this health pandemic. We noticed that geoparks, for example, despite the challenging circumstances, they remain active. They were creative in setting up alternative school programs for children that were locked at home. They connected farmers with consumers. They distributed masks, were involved in community activities, and they also reopened as soon as circumstances allowed for it, because people had a real need to reconnect again with nature. And UNESCO Global Geoparks offer exactly that. There's a tremendous strength in the community-driven approach that makes UNESCO Global Geoparks so unique. At the last Executive Board of UNESCO, we have been given the green light to implement the recommendations of the recent evaluation of the program, which left us with what we believe very useful guidance for the future, and we look forward to work on this together with all of you. We heard from the member states the strong support as well to further develop the network, in particular in regions where the concept is less known. And that's a message that we have heard very loud and clear. And we will therefore keep on working on this together with you to extend the network. And in that sense, we are very pleased to see as well the new applications coming from Russia, the several projects that you are preparing, that you have in the pipeline. Let me conclude again, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, by thanking the organizers for setting up this event. And I wish you all a very nice and a well-deserved ceremony. I hope we can soon meet again, but until then, stay well, take care, and all the best. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderberg. Dear colleagues, we proceed. And before we got this status, we started defining what kind of structure and infrastructure should the geopark have. So let's listen to the first deputy of the head of the government and know about the prospects for the development of infrastructure. We are going to say what we are doing and what we have to do. Mr. Habirov, Mr. Nazarov, dear friends, dear participants of the meeting, the municipal administrations and the administrations of the geoparks conduct a complex job in order to develop the geoparks. We conducted a session, and I would like to express my gratitude to the heads of Salavat and Stiltamak municipalities for being there. We gathered all the stakeholders and experts. Weekly, now we meet and discuss the plans for the development of geoparks. We raise all the key issues. We wanted to give a definition to the geopark and outlined the plan for the general development. Also, we would like to define a term of a geopark resident. This resident should be assigned the rights for those who live in the territory of geopark, attract investors, and conduct their business. And this status will allow to get preferences and benefits for the potential investors. We define the operator for the geopark's development. This is the Committee for Tourism. And those who facilitate the development of geoparks will get the full kit of support measures. We made a list for such measures and regarded to the adoption of the new tools of development. We provided subsidies for entrepreneurs who conduct their business in the territory of the geopark. We also provided the package module units that would provide the consumers with the electricity and other utilities. We will supply those who create art objects, routes, and other facilities in the territory of the geopark in order to attract tourists. We would like to update and upgrade those facilities that are now possessed by the geoparks, and we would like it to consider as a prioritized investment project. We would like to allocate about 10 million rubles. And we refer to 292 decree of the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan in order to provide Geopark Yangantau with the above-mentioned subsidies. So we provide tools that positively affect the infrastructure and facilitate investment projects according to 181 decree of the government of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Sometimes it gets complicated to attract entrepreneurs to the territory of the geopark. We cooperate with municipalities and we facilitate the platforms that can be used by the potential investors, and all the events that can facilitate this process are foreseen in the roadmap. In Taratau, we are going to build stairs to Shikhan and Yuraktau Shikhan Monadnox, and such a project will cost 336 million rubles. And we are going to use the budget allocated for the implementation of this project. We are working on the engineering infrastructure of rivers in Krasnosolsky district. We need costs for engineering and construction of the infrastructure facilities. Engineering and construction is defined by the funds allocated for Taratau, and the sum comprises about 100 million rubles. In 2022, we are going to build 6 media centers that will cost 39 million rubles. So for 21-22, we are going to spend about 100 million rubles. About Yangantau, we have 3 prioritized construction facilities, and this construction should have been finished by 2022. We are going to deal with the golden nail of the section. We are going to design all the infrastructure facilities by means of the Yangantau Sanatorium budget. And I think that the Russian and Republic of Bashkortostan's investment facilitation project will cover the costs in 2022. All the consultations with the Ministry of Finance have already been conducted, and the next expert meeting, after the budget adjustments, we will be able to submit our decisions and solutions to the Expert Commission of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Regarding the restoration, we are going to restore Malayas Museum, and this museum deals in the natural studies. And these are not major costs, but the Ministry of Culture would support the initiative. We will need approximately 420 million rubles. And to create the geopark, we will definitely need the budgetary support in order to reach the level of international geoparks. And the global practice shows that if we get a geopark, we will have also an increased entrepreneurship activity. And it will increase up to 100 million tourists per year. It is assessed that the geopark is now visited by 100,000 people, and Yangantau is visited by 300,000 people. So I think that these geoparks have a lot of resources, and they definitely facilitate the development and preservation of the nature. We are going to create 39 facilities created by the private investments, and the investments are going to reach over 800 million rubles, and they are now being packed into investment projects. We are going to get ready and present them as public initiatives for investors. In the next stage, we are going to attract investments that would reach about 10 billion rubles. And this is the figure that Republic of Bashkortostan's government is expecting. I would like to specify the difficulties that we can have. On the federal level, we don't have a legal framework that would define a geopark. And we are facilitated by the UNESCO Global Geopark Network, so I think that altogether we will be able to settle this issue. Mr. Habirov, I would like to say that the growth points of the geopark are glampings and hotels, and I would like to say that we are working on it. We are creating glampings, and I guess that by 2024 we will have about 50 sites of glamping. The territory of geoparks have defined the special sites, for example in Toratau and in Yangantau. And Yangantau is going to have 2 glamping sites, and they will enter the major network of glampings in the northeast. We have prepared a concept that would show the glamping facilitation program. And this program will include the state support measures facilitated by the Ministry of Trade. There are directions that we are going to get subsidies for, and these subsidies will be used for the above-mentioned sites. We are thinking about the management of these facilities in order to allow the appropriate management later on. And moreover, I would like to say that we are working on creating an international competence center. We plan the center to open very soon And I think it will be created in Yangantau Geopark. It will be another attraction point for specialists that are working in the same direction as we do. So we are pioneering here because our competences are pretty significant. This is it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Legal framework for geoparks. Member of Parliament, Ms. Yumasheva. Dear Mr. Habirov, dear participants of the conversation, geopark is a unique object that can become the new attraction point for tourism. And despite of the conditions of COVID-19, and it will facilitate the development of the domestic tourism. The Republic of Bashkortostan opened one of the biggest in Russia geoparks. It is Yangantau. It is the only Russian geopark that entered GGN. And today it is the major object. Their experience is vital. And we are interested in the development of geological natural parks. We put a lot of efforts to create the proper infrastructure there. We would like to enter another geopark of Republic of Bashkortostan into the GGN. It is Toratau, and being responsible person in the sphere of tourism, I would like to do my best to facilitate this development. The Republic of Bashkortostan now has 3 suggestions. The first one is creating the federal law about the geological heritage and geoparks. It is a bordered territory that does not have a specially protected status. It provides sustainable development. It includes cultural, geological, and natural objects, and it should be sustainable according to the natural and legal framework of the region and the country. Its goal is to spread science, culture, knowledge, and preserve nature. Unfortunately, we do not have a federal legal framework that would regulate the status of a geopark and their activity on the federal level. So that's why I consider it is vital to adopt a federal law to establish unified principles for the activity for preservation of cultural heritage and for the development of the potential of the Republic of Bashkortostan. I would like to suggest changes to the forestry code that allow to build roads through forests. And this code simplifies the process. In order to provide the sustainable development of geoparks and in order to attract tourism, we need to provide facilities such as roads and hotels. Today, it is important to change the status of the land parcel in order to conduct engineering and change the borders of greeneries. Forestry code does not allow major constructions in the greeneries. So that's why it's important to provide such an infrastructure and such a legal framework to the specially protected zones and to conduct amendments for the forestry code. We would like to define the ecological tourism in the legal framework. It is directly related to geoparks. Me and my colleagues have already have drawn such a law bill, and now we are getting the feedback and working it through. Dear colleagues, with regards to the economical potential of geoparks, their high attractiveness for tourism, and with regards to the related potential increase of jobs, I would like to combine and get together all our efforts for the sake of the geoparks in the Republic of Bashkortostan. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's up to you to arrange the work. Dear colleagues, let's consider another issue, how we are preparing the nominees' profile for the geopark. The director of the Toratau Culture and Nature Department. Dear participants of the meeting, this year Toratau was oriented on several key tasks. First of all, it is to prepare the nominee's profile. And since spring, we've been preparing it by means of our scientific community. We used the team that has passed the same path with Young and Tao. We have used our research institutes, and we were facilitated and consulted by our colleagues from Young and Tao. In June, we sent an initiative letter to the GGN office in Paris, and we wanted it to be signed by the president. We regularly met with the locals and analyzed the current situation according to the infrastructure and certain natural objects. In October, preliminarily, we sent our portfolio to the St. Petersburg Geological Institute. We got feedback and worked through the portfolio again. Mr. Ordzhonikidze from the Russian Commission for UNESCO, we managed to send our portfolio to the GGN office in Paris. On December 4th, Vanderbeck signed our portfolio and got the confirmation that all the documents are received, and they are going to study it through. According to the regulation of UNESCO, they are going to study it by June or May. And in June, we expect the experts. And the experts will assess the infrastructure, they will visit the territory of the Republic of Bashkortostan and the geopark, and they will study them according to the requirements and the portfolio that we had sent. As it was said before, the preparation of the nominee's portfolio and entering the GGN will be impossible unless the local folks are involved. In relation thereto, we are actively working on meeting the local folks. We conducted about 130 interviews and meetings, visited each settlement of the districts where geoparks are located. And we would like the locals to know what benefits they will get if they live in the territory of a geopark that is going to enter the GGN. So this year, we conducted a work in the sphere of enlightenment among school children and students. We created a special program for senior citizens, and we drove them around the geopark and showed the unique features of the geopark for them to know. And of course, we have launched some construction works as well. We are working on the first media center near Shehan, Toratau, and somewhere we are working with roads. Now, we want to create the eco route inside the geopark. In order to summarize, I would like to say that we cooperate with other regions. We've been to Ulyanovsk in their geopark, and they say that they are jealous about us because the Republic of Bashkortostan's government understand the essence of geopark and support a lot. And in relation thereto, we hope that our applications from Toratau will be as successful as Yangantau was. Thank you. The first thing that I would like to say, we have already discussed it when you said about the plans regarding Toratau. It's important if you build the stairs, it should be built in summer next year. Otherwise, we are always criticized that we eliminate all the extinct plants. And it is important to make special borders in order to preserve the natural features. You have a lot of things to do. You have to spend a lot of time for engineering. I would like to remind that in autumn we created the 3D model that will allow to provide the engineering documentation of a proper quality. This is right. That's what I'm talking about. You should spend winter in order to prepare all the models and drawings. So you have to arrange everything on time. So, dear colleagues, we have an interesting situation with Yangantau, and Yangantau outran even us, and Toratau got even more support than Yangantau had. And Mr. Kapkov allowed to provide even more support to the geopark. He presented his vision. We have a video about the Toratau geopark. Let's watch it. Poems in Russian about the autumn nature. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear Board of Trustees members, do you have any ideas to express? You're welcome. Dear colleagues, dear Mr. Habirov, of course tourism is today a key point for every one of us. But I would like to make a wish for our Board of Trustees. We want it to be available even for disabled people. We want them to be able to visit geoparks and see the beauty. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for this comment. We want all the people to be able to come there despite of their physical state. And we would like to take it into account when we engineer all the infrastructure and facilities of the geopark, such as museum, cafes, restaurants, routes, and so on. Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay, so let's conclude. We conducted the first meeting of the Board of Trustees. And in the working procedure, we are going to define the regularity for these meetings. I think we should meet regularly, at least late winter or the middle of spring. We want the management company to report what documents they have prepared in order to start construction in summer. We would like you to take into account that the budget should include all the costs that are required. We understand that the year is to be tough, but nevertheless, we would like to implement as many ideas as we can. So we need to react quickly. And we have a lot of things to think through. We have a lot of things to do. We have to work out a lot of concepts yet. But we have started, and this is good. So I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who took part in the creation of Geopark Toronto. Once we get the certificates, we will acknowledge it and we will celebrate it a little. Unfortunately, we cannot do this in person, but maybe remotely. I wish all the success to Toronto Geopark, and you have already reported that you have submitted the portfolio. So I think we should push forward and continue, and I think that we will succeed. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Have a good day, a good week of business.
Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще. Как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Торонто.
Good morning, dear participants and the viewers of the International Business Week. Today, I'm reminded we are working in the capital of Bashkortostan, Ufa, in a Congress hall Taratau, and it is the third day which is devoted to the topic of tourism. Together with our speakers, we discuss how complicated was this year for tourism sphere and hospitality industry, and what are the prospects for the year 2021. And of course, all the attention is right now dedicated to the next year in order to eliminate all the risks mentioned by the experts. Right now, we'll have an interview with Gran Babasyan, the president of All Nation Union of the hospitality industry. First of all, I would like to ask how difficult was this year for everyone involved into hospitality industry? It was rather complicated and versatile. We had different emotions, different situations. And of course, if at the beginning we suffered a great shock, unfortunately, some of the people are still having this shock, and some of the locations, some destinations of our country had a great impact. If we'll talk about the resort regions, they has covered up everything during the summer season, but talking about cities, hotels, for business trips, and also remote destinations of our country, which provide the hospitality industry service. Of course, they didn't gain the same numbers as previous years, but still quite a big amount of institutions and companies took their business more serious and also changed their ways and applications to the process. And also we grew, the hospitality industry grew in the sphere of their skills and knowledge. Of course, it's a pity that some of the objects could not work further and they were closed. I think it's the main disadvantage. And of course, some of the employees who could not be saved by the industry, and they decided to choose another field in their work. How do you feel? What about the next year? Would there be investments to give the second life to their objects, to their businesses? Of course, as it usually happens in our life, some of people had an opportunity to make more profit, some less profit. And of course, those who succeeded, they would also invest other projects because they have money. It's not only about masks and sanitizers, but it would be quite an interesting idea if they will also invest the hospitality industry. No doubt, in 2021, there would be a lot of offers from buying a business in the tour sphere or working in it. And I could say that players who were powerful, who were strong enough to stay in the industry, they would also provide a stimulus to the industry. That's why I do believe that there would be a great flow into the hospitality industry too. In order to sum up our interview, I also would like to ask about the tourism and hospitality industry. What are the prospects for 2021? Would there be some more casualties, some more complications, or some positive moments? I believe that there would be some casualties if we'll turn back to the full lockdown. But I'm convinced that one of our humorous teams, there was a joke that according to the data of Russian Federation agencies, there would be no third wave of the virus. Talking about this, I do believe that right now most of people got used to this. That's why business would not suffer that much as previously. But of course, we're looking forward to the end of COVID-19 pandemic. What about the movement around the regions? I do hope that it would stop. I also would like to mention once again that we had an interview with Grand Babasyan, the president of the All-Nation Union of the Hospitality Industry. In several minutes, they would start the management and marketing and also tour operating of the future, the challenges and realities. Also in 12:30 there would be a great plenary session where they would also show their working tools in the tourism and hospitality industry. So please stay online with us or join us here in Ufa.
I have invited them in order to allow these people to give their recommendations to regional operators. They understood how they could survive and how they could make profit. Alexei Volkov, the vice president of Big Altai. Well, the question is, how did you manage to launch this project so rapidly? I know that the idea of this company belonged to you. I know that you are fond of Altai. Yes, Natalia, thank you. I am happy to see you in this hall. First and foremost, Big Altai means my affection to Altai, to the Republic of Altai. I believe that it is the most spectacular place on our planet, and we are going to promote this region for the whole life. During the whole life, we have broad-based plans. When we started this active tourism, it was not that popular. Neither was tourism in Russia popular. When we showed the photos from our tours to our Moscow visitors, they were impressed, and they asked us where it was located, and we answered that it was the Republic of Altai. Then they asked us how they could arrive here, and I told them that we have special kinds of trips, and they didn't have to go to the mountains because they imagined that they had to take large bags and to travel in the mountains. Still, they had a chance to live in the tourist base in an active way, and they didn't have to go mountaineering. Some of our customers were convinced. We had to convince them because they were afraid of going to the mountains, of heading for these areas, and they were not ready to get back to the ordinary offers such as beaches. Still, they told us that it was too boring because they were eager to travel and to see the spectacular places. Our first tours took place in 2012. We had these pilot tours. I couldn't even imagine that it would be transformed into a large touristic operator. Now, no one is surprised that people go to Russia on vacation. In the past, no one could even believe us because the others advised them to go to Turkey because it had the same price, or even it was a little bit more expensive to have a vacation in Russia. Now such regions as Baikal, Kamchatka, Karelia is even more interesting, more alluring, and it is trendy. People have also changed. They have become more courageous. As consumers, tourists are aware of many countries. They have visited lots of places, and they are eager to get impressions, to get new knowledge about the region. They would like to make their trips extraordinary. Apart from bravery, another trend is the desire of the tourists to live in extraordinary places. When you offer a conventional hotel to them, they tell us that they would like to live in an authentic place, something in some indigenous places. So, for example, glamping is one of the trends of 2020. 50% of our tourists would like to reside in glamping. They crave for the hotels with incredible architecture. Rochishaktra is one of our partners. Their buildings have the shape of helicons. They're extremely extraordinary. And when we send a list of hotels to our tourists with incredible architecture, most of the tourists choose these hotels because they will never have a chance to reside in the hotel within the helicon. Another trend is our amenities. Also, the tourists have become more advanced computer users. And the number of these advanced computer users will also increase in the future. Thus, they have lots of supporting services, different assistants, such as aviasales, where you can choose a flight at the best price to any city in no time. Let me also highlight that aviasales didn't include Gorno-Altaysk Airport in 2019, thus we had to customize the tickets for our guests. It is now showing the flight program to Gorno-Altaysk. Thank you for introducing the flights there. And the prices for Gorno-Altaysk programs have become lower. It was a colossal problem in the past. It was a tremendous problem. Thus, people had to fly via Gorno-Altaysk and Novosibirsk. It was so uncomfortable in the past. Now they have direct flights to Gorno-Altaysk, and the level of their impressions is uplifted because we have fewer negative factors in place. We have such assistance as car sharing and Uberization, which has conquered the whole world. Booking has also emerged, thanks to which customers may choose any hotels. Our customers often send us the links where they show that they've chosen to tours with special hotels. Booking has a very cool feature called ratings, who often substitute real managers who say what destinations are preferable or not. Whether destinations are preferable or not, and tourists realize that there are some other services such as TripAdvisor. It has been existing for a long time, and it recommends different sites. You may find 10 best sites of a region, what you can examine for 3 to 5 or 10 days. Lately, another trend has appeared. I mean, the websites which allow you to choose the tour guide who will take you to the territory, and one of the examples is Trickster. You may know you may find out which rating this person has and which tourist destination this person can show you. Risky and hazardous tourists may bear responsibility, thus they may pack a tour at any corner of the world without the assistance of touristic operators, whether they are regional or federal. It is a core problem for touristic operators. Now we should provide better services for our customers. Being a regional touristic operator of Altai, We understand that we live in a challenging region in terms of logistics, absence of hotels. We are lacking the number of hotels, and they are overbooked in advance. When we book certain places for large corporate parties, we understand that it is sometimes impossible. Through our planned groups, we book certain territories. We also have hard access to some sites, thus our customers address us. They pack their tours by means of these services. When we plan ahead, we understand that Altai will promote its services. We'll have more hotels and more individual touristic operators who lease cars. The sites will be more accessible. We will have to provide the tourists with the unparalleled products. We should provide them with impressions, not only with catering and delivery services. Our key advantage as a tour operator is balanced emotions. The key feature of our products and tours is a harmonic tour, which will allow the tourists to get multiple emotions and to be truly impressed. One day we make our tours more intensive. People may tune up their muscles, and then they will feel more relaxed. One day we have water sports, the other day we plan mountaineering. If we provide the tourists with substantial information about the region, they will become more physically active later. And we change locations and impressions when we give streamlined products. We are totally aware of the activities of our customers. We understand what they feel, whether they feel comfortable. We should also change comfort. If your customer lives under super comfortable conditions, he'll not feel that perfect. If you change authentic aisle and then you go to a good hotel, thus it will allow the customers to feel this atmosphere. The balanced tours determine our future.
Будущее с гармоничными турами, ну и, конечно же, будущее с цифровизацией, в которую все уходит, чтобы клиент мог комфортно для себя заказать турпродукт. Однозначно, заявка и подбор услуг должны быть широко представлены в интернете. Там должны быть рейтинги, там должно быть подробное описание каждого продукта. Иногда клиентам некомфортно звонить менеджеру. Очень часто клиенты выбирают себе турпродукт, сидя на работе. Многие менеджеры это делают до рабочего места, но они не будут звонить менеджеру в этот момент, туроператора. Комфортно в интернете самому себе все подобрать, оставить заявку, оставить время, в которое удобно будет позвонить этому менеджеру, и в это время, соответственно, с ним связаться. А может быть, и не связываться вообще. Очень часто наши продажи клиентам происходят вообще без живого общения. Человек получает подробнейшее описание, задает свои вопросы, иногда может очень долго задавать вопросы, позвоните, наш продукт, покупается заранее. Например, я сейчас не беру коронавирус в расчет, когда продажи шли день в день. Когда мы открылись в июле, я беру обычный год. Очень часто у нас все наше лето продано уже в мае. Получается, наши клиенты начинают ставить брони с осени предыдущего года. И могут иметь возможность длительное время с нами общаться, подбирать себе наилучший продукт. Отдельный тренд — это кастомизация. Клиенты хотят путешествовать в обществе себе подобных, с людьми подобных интересов. И они хотят подбирать тур для себя side with those who they have some common interests, and they choose everything according to the interests and activities. So the future of the touristic operation is different, various programs for different types of people, for those who don't want to really do anything, or for those who like green life and they want to eat healthily, etc., with not just a table with lots of different dishes, but with a table of some healthy food. And we've already received that kind of request, and we already have different programs for 2021 where clients would be able to attend some training, trainings and receive some knowledge. And one more trend is Instagramization, because a lot of we receive a lot of requests via Instagram. For example, oh, I saw that picture in one of the bloggers' Instagram. I want the same. Please provide me with that location. And of course, some tourist operators should be represented on Instagram, and all the locations and places should be there as well. So a person would be able to upload it on their social networks, and other people will see that and will say, wow, that's so great, I want to go there as well. So in 2020, a lot of bloggers visited Altai region, and that happened thanks to the authorities of our region, because I know that there were some special programs when bloggers or famous people, celebrities were sent there, and or people from different TV companies also traveled there, and we had an impression that everyone was discussing our republic. I'm sorry, they write me that we've exceeded timing, unfortunately. So, colleagues, actually, I thought that maybe whether we would be able to sustain for 1.5 hours, and now it's difficult for us even sustain with only one speaker, because we've got a lot of different touristic managers that we've invited from Russia. So please contact with top managers, tourist managers of Russia. So I would like to ask you a question. How many repeaters have we got right now? Those people who come back to their tourist operator. So there's about people come back to us about 5 times, and maybe about 30% of people come back to our agency, and maybe the statistic is not really detailed because of the pandemic, because we opened only in July. And yeah, now I've got a very tricky question to all the regional tourist operators. So you've grown up a lot and active towards in different regions, Kamchatka, Buryatia, or Irkutsk region, so active tourism is everywhere. And it's one list of clients. So if a person goes to Altai Republic, they will go back there for several times, and then in the 10th time they will go to a different place, to Kamchatka, for example. And that's kind of an issue. So are you planning to expand your programs to different regions, because you've got one client list for every region? So have you planned about that? Sure, we've thought about that, because even our clients ask those questions when they go to one region. They ask us for different recommendations of local tour operators in different regions, because they want to have the same program but in different place. And there was a program where it was possible to join some touristic operators
operators in different places, and we're not going to go to different regions because we want to develop tourism in our region, Altai region, and tourism has been started developing only recently, and there's plenty to do right now. So we now move to different speakers. So please, Nikita Labanov, we give you the floor, and Nikita Labanov is responsible for the promotion of the company, and the company shows huge achievements of conversions of selling. So could you tell us what tools and events you use and can suggest for regional tourism operations? You've got about 10 minutes. Wonderful. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for the authorities of the Republic of Bashkortostan for this opportunity. And if there are any representatives of local tour operators, you can ask me some questions. So I finished mathematical class, and let's look at it from that point of view. So we're talking about some tour that's about 20% of so about 20%, that's 10,000 rubles that an agent can receive for organizing your tour. And for example, tour operator wants to sell about 1,000 trips, and they receive 10,000 rubles for each trip, and that's what we may guarantee. And all of us have an opportunity to choose where to invest our money. So I would like to outline that this year tourism has been assessed as a branch that form a lot of working places, because a lot of people are involved in tourism, and about 8 people are also attracted to tourism, and this index is not typical for many branches. So on the slide you can see different names, and every person is responsible for a separate branch, and I don't really know 2 or more people because I've never been connected with them, and some people live, a lot of people live in different places, and this is staff that manage the company on a very high level, and the slides are all small, but I would like to put a lot of information that there are some state programs, and it's already been mentioned that some tour programs were supported by some state projects, and we're going to skip this and this. All right, so 2 options. We've got an agency network that can sell you everything, and you've got your own agency. As we calculated, the reward for the agency is about 10,000 rubles, and if you can work less than 10 million rubles, you've got a great marketing structure. So talking about us, we should put an average price to about 40,000 rubles, and it's not great to pay a lot right now. The overall level of commission, we should decrease it up to 10, and because 20% is really expensive, and so as Yana already said, math changes now, and we should multiply into 6, and now we can about 12 $18 million, and now about $15 million is a pure efficiency. So I've got about 2 minutes. I would like to go back to 2 slides backward. It's not working. Great. What I would like to say, some retail sales might seem real difficult because there are some regional tourist operators, and I like to make a remark. So I'm that person who lives on Instagram and checks all the bloggers all the time, and I've recently seen a product which is made here in the Republic of Bashkortostan, and I even made some notes. Well, I'm afraid whether it's in Orenburg. No, it's Arthur Edelbaev who managed to recover the historical tour via following the steps of Przhevalsky, the horse trip, and I found that on Instagram, and that's an unprecedented example that we all should follow. Everything that has been discussed today was implemented in the tour, and it's actually really easy to sell, and that's what we should do. Not all the people can go through that stage, and only the best adaptive tour agency can do that in the future year. So, well, in 2010, it was enough to create just a personal page account on VKontakte and to organize some tour operators. Then in 2011, we had groups on VKontakte, and that was enough for travel agency, and that held for about 2 years, and then some competition appeared, and we've created Instagrams we created Instagram in 2014, and we achieved some great development only when we created our Instagram, because people saw some pictures and they decided to go to Altai, so the great achievement. One picture can change drastically the fate, the destiny of our region. And for example, in 2011, only one sole photographer went to some remote places and took one picture and attracted 10,000 of tourists to Altai. And so, as you can see from my appearance, we are in Siberia and we were ready for cold weather. Yeah, that's why we're interested in that. And a lot of people are interested in Facebook, and Facebook lives in Moscow, for example, and they say that VKontakte has already died in Moscow, so please to agencies pay attention to that and create Facebook right now. And nowadays people want to see people who stay behind the company, and unfortunately we are a bit late, and we had to do that in 2017, but we only started to film our tours in 2020, so we suggest you do the same, because it's really important to show the way how your tours happen. So, considering everything that has already been said, please don't scold me. It's really important to work with some reliable people and with some convenient conditions. And Progressive Commission has decreased up to 15% already from 20%, and it's really important to work in different directions. And my brief message is that you are absolutely able to create an effective department management and selling department, because it's enough that there's only one person in your company who is responsible for Instagram, and that's a great resource for all the tour agencies. And I also have one example. One of my acquaintances introduced a tradition to create a blogger with a tool in some Kamchatsky region as well, and only one tool with one blogger was enough to attract a lot of attention. And in different influential agents are our future.
Once again, I would like to welcome all the participants and the viewers of International Business Week. I would like to mention that today in the Congress Hall, Toronto, we have the third day dedicated to tourism issues, how the tourist organizations are developing and also which issues they face. So all the speakers are interested in revealing how to overcome the complications that they have. And now we would have an interview with a member of the Committee for Family, Women and Children Issues. Yesterday, you moderated the question of the women entrepreneurship. We take into consideration life hacks and tips how to hold women entrepreneurship. Could you please share some of them with us? Yes, yesterday we had an interesting discussion and also at least 7 speakers with a great amount of viewers online and offline. Each woman was quite successful business representative, and also they are developing in the sphere of entrepreneurship. They presented their stories, but the highlight of the whole session was about the balance, because women right now are actively participating in society, politics, and business, but still no one frees them from making all the efforts in their personal life and family. That's why we could say that it's a great load for a woman, and they should understand how to spread their energy in the right way and how to recharge themselves. Yesterday, we had a discussion on it, if it's possible to talk about women entrepreneurship. I could say that there are 2 different sides. Some of the people believe that women entrepreneurship is a hobby transferred to business. But our participants also talked that there should not be this gender division. It's work. There should not be male or female business. If the person would like to make the business successful, they should also keep their emotions, be a bit pragmatic, because having a lot of warm-hearted attitude could sometimes prevent from the development of the business. But others believed that people should be that way warm-hearted, and also they have a special way of putting up their business, because men are mostly concentrated on result, on competition, on winning. Of course, for women, it's also quite essential, but still they would like to harmonize the area and also the relations in the team. Maybe in some ways, these features of being gentle, of being understanding is also a key element of women's success in business. The previous week, we also held a presentation of the result of the social award and the award in social entrepreneurship. Could you truly say that social entrepreneurship is something which could also cooperate and could also be the best stream for a woman? I do believe that there is no difference which sphere we would take. It should be a balance between our wishes, our abilities, and our needs. I kind of have to do things. It's to make the right proportion, how to combine the work for yourself, the work for your personal appreciation, and at the same time a sober understanding that you have the competences needed to realize it or implement it in the right way. And also we have the question of being responsible for the things which we implement. For men, it's an obvious situation to be responsible for everything. But as for women, it's sometimes too hard. That's why yesterday we have talked with our psychologists how to transfer the responsibility into the wish, into the willingness to do something, to implement something. So according to your estimates, how the women entrepreneurship is developed around the country. Maybe you have some analytical numbers, analytical data. Do you find it worrying or mostly joyful? I could say that it's a fact. Right now, women are involved into business very actively, but they also show their great results and the benefits from their work. And it also creates an image, the better image of women in entrepreneurial surroundings in the sphere of entrepreneurship. There are a lot of active women around Bashkortostan and also all country. Yesterday we had a representative of UN, and she also said that it is a world trend. A lot of women are combining their family and at the same time their career. That's why I believe this trend would grow further. But the reason is that women should keep the balance for harmonizing their home issues and family and at the same time being a great entrepreneur. Of course, if we'll have a woman in entrepreneurship but still without family, it would not be a good choice. Of course, as it used to be, as it used to be estimated by people, women are entering that kind of man's sphere. But with a new vision of entrepreneurship, there would be a new opportunity created by women and new solutions which men would gain from women, or maybe they would be a great collaborative solution. Maybe we'll also have a balance between man and women vision in companies and entrepreneurship. I hope so. Thank you for joining us. Inga Yumashova, the member of the Committee on Family, Women and Children Issues. And for all the participants, we would like to notify that we are still having the plenary session. And since 12:30, we'll have tourism and hospitality industry, new challenges and opportunities. There would be a lot of great speakers too. You could also join us both online or offline, and we will learn how to set up our business in 2021.
Andrei Nazarov, and General Director of Qatari Russian Cooperation Center, Diana Charmadova.
Подписывается план мероприятия развития сотрудничества между Республикой Башкортостан и государством Катар.
The action plan for the development of cooperation between the Republic of Bashkortostan and the State of Qatar is signed.
Церемония подписания документа окончена. Благодарим за внимание.
The document signing ceremony is over. Thank you for your attention.
The market of B2C, Total.ru company is B2C, and this company, Profit Travel, is B2B company. So, Alexey Alenko, thank you very much to be here with Alexey and for long-term a relationship, and I hope it will continue. So what recommendations Profit Travel can give to regional tour operators, how to stay on board within 3, 5, or within 10 years in the future? Thank you very much for your invitation and your question. So please, could you pass me a clicker? So I'm very glad to I'm very glad to see you all, and I like when more people arrive by the end of the section. So a lot of online listeners write to me, and they can't take the eyes away from the screens, and probably they couldn't see that at the beginning, but now they all write their feedback. My name is Anastasia Alenko, and I'm a deputy CEO of Profit Travel. And when I was invited here to speak here, I asked, it's not my first time to speak in Ufa and in front of a lot of regional tour operators, and we've got a lot of colleagues here now. So how can we help here? What trends can we talk about to help you? So when I came to the Central Analytical Center of Profit Travel, I asked a question, and they said, Alessia, all main trains are in West, so let's tell about colleagues about that. Maybe they will come to Russia even in 3 or 5 years. And so we decided to conduct research, and we made a poll of different major tour operators of Russia, and we've got some trends here. So in order you understand why we actually do that, I'm going to briefly speak about media holding Profit Travel. So please, could you raise your hand who knows what Profit Travel is? All right, great. So that's in vain that I left the slide. You need to talk about that. So media holding Profit Travel is one of the major media holdings in Russia. We've got B2B Profit Travel, Profit Travel information on our B2B web portal, and we've got about 5 major websites on different about different traveling projects, and we've got a lot of audience here, and we also provide content for different international companies. And if you can see that some companies are starting keeping up with you, that's Profit Travel. We do that work. So nowadays, to show you our materials, what we actually have done. So we've studied a lot of different media publications of different travel agencies, and they write a lot about different trends. And we asked our research center to show their media findings and to tell us what are the main trends. So a contemporary Russian customer who are they? So trends don't appear themselves. First of all, we ourselves have changed as consumers, not only consumers of some traveling services, but we are born with phones, with smartphones in our hands, and now we realize that if we lose our smartphone, we will die by the end of the evening because we're going to starve, or we can get in different place of the world, and that's how Russian consumers also live. So there is a phenomenon of working housewives who use that, and every year our customers become more and more advanced, and we have also changed during this pandemic situation of COVID, and the outcome of our consumers has also changed. And to study tourism, we can conduct a lot of different research, and as my colleagues wrote that in neighboring hall, they share some findings in Yandex, and yeah, that's really interesting. So some trends are not really obvious. We've conducted research alongside with Mail.ru, and we analyzed a huge amount of internet users, to see how their interests have changed for several years. So pay attention. Dark columns are 2020, and light columns belong to 2019. And yeah, as we know that a person gets tired because of everything, and they become interested in sport, technologies, and recreation. And also one more tendency, which is not really obvious, so I'm not going to speculate on that for a long time. So in these circles, you can see the interest to different types of tourism in comparison with the previous year. So comparing with the previous year, the travelers from just ordinary tourism segment pay attention to some abroad traveling, foreign traveling, and it is always what is not available is really tempting all the time. And the research on big data shows that people are not really attracted to transport and urban tourism are kind of equal. So in this slide I also like very much. So we now move, it is common to think that nowadays we move to some personal self-tourism, but actually no. Pay attention that the addressing in tourist agencies and others has increased, and that's just a pleasure to understand that. So why is it happen? Why does it really happen? Sometimes tourists don't really know where to go because they don't know the situation, COVID situation in different places, and what documents they need, and they are more interested to go to us and work with us. So that's great, because tourists know only 4 top names of tourist agencies, and they don't really know where to go. And one more interest is the interest to different hotels. The request to hotels has increased. Why is that so? Because people visit some hotels, they Google them, COVID friendly. I'm joking, of course, but how different hotels are adapted to the present situation, current situation. So why am I talking about that? All our guessings should be checked analytically and according to big data, because sometimes our what we guess doesn't really coincide with the reality. And as it's already been said, the huge amount of costumes consumers are working housewives. So, looking at this changing picture of our customers, there is a trend of
к счастью, последние 5 лет в Европе и за рубежом, может быть, 10, поездка перестала быть событием на год.
traveling is not an event which is planned in advance. Now we're used to travel several times a year, and the period between our different trips is really short, and people who travel at the weekend is really important and on the demand right now. It's timing, I'm going to get brief.
Sergey is now telling us that domestic tourism has some trends which are overlapping large and small travel agencies such as DMC companies and hotels, with which we should find the points of commonalities. Thus, it will lead to the boom of domestic tourism. Tourist products are forced to become more flexible. It is of prime importance because, imagine, you are now consumers. Now we can buy any goods or services and then we may give it back to the shops. And how does it happen in tourism? Now it doesn't look that good in tourism. If the travel agency has changed its mind and decided to take me home or do something else, I'll get the compensation, I'll get the remuneration. If I've changed my mind, I'll have fear. And now it is okay for us because we are aware of costs in tourism. And as for other consumers, they cannot understand it and they are dissatisfied with the situation. Both in Russia and abroad, the participants of the market are thinking how to make the trips more flexible. How can we do it? The London session of WTM, the top discussion was dedicated to making the products more flexible. Booking Amadeus and other speakers were discussing it rather actively in English, and Booking is doing its utmost in order to make its products more flexible, not only in booking and reservation zone, but also in connecting trips. Trips, our journeys should become connecting trips. If I have a certain extra date, I must have this sense of flexibility. It should alter the situation. That is what is in store for us. How can we do it? It is of prime importance. It can be done by means of two things. First and foremost, the agreements will improve and they will become more flexible. The relations between DMC companies and large travel agencies will make the products more flexible. And the insurance tool will become more advanced. And it will give us a hand in more situations. It will give us a helping hand. Which changes do we witness in the market? It will change in the following fashion. Large travel agencies have two directions. The first one is related to mass travel agencies, which will switch to such segments as the tours with which they will compete via price, I mean mass directions. And the second trend is the fact that large travel agencies will become marketplaces right now. In the past, only tour groups told us that they will become the mass company. And these trends are also witnessed far abroad. The travel agencies are not only in favor of the structure producing tour operating, they are also essential marketplaces. We will be able to purchase different products at their website. Core tour operating will switch to the level of hotels and DMC companies. Large travel agencies' work is related to infrastructure and organization. They're incorporated. Tour operating is aimed at creating the products at the level of DMC and hotels.
Сейчас. Еще одна очень
Олесечка, прям
интересная...
вот минуту.
Да, бегу быстрее.
just a minute.
Еще очень интересная тенденция о том, что
Another
DMC-компании местами,
interesting
возможно,
trend is related to DMC companies, which will
и
become,
места размещения,
which will have their
объекты
own
показа.
accommodation
То есть,
places,
грубо говоря, если
show
раньше каждый природный парк и
and
территория
show
вынуждены были думать
facilities.
только о том, как к ним
In the
приехали
past,
и
the natural
уехали,
reserves
на сегодняшний
had
день они тоже
to
становятся маленькими
consider
предприятиями,
the
они думают,
number
как
of tourists
разместить
who
гостя,
came
как
there
провести день
and
рождения, как провести
left them.
и так
And
далее.
now
То есть
they're
это очень
we
важно для
also
как
focus
раз
on the
локальных местных
entertainment area. It is of
и
prime
объектов
importance for
размещения
local
объектов
tour
показа.
operators.
Дальше просто перечислю тогда, чтобы не занимать время. Это и,
Let me also enumerate
безусловно, рост продуктов в сегменте для
the
самостоятельных
number of
путешественников.
products
Для самостоятельных
in the
путешественников
segment
тоже
of
можно
travelers,
придумать
which is
продукты.
currently growing. We may invent products.
Это вариант развития тематических ниш,
It
тоже
is
о них
also
коллеги
theme
говорили.
niches,
Развитие всяких других чудесных
which are to be developed.
вещей, как экологичность, устойчивость и так далее. И, наконец,
We're also
последняя
based on
тенденция — это
environmental
таргетинг.
protection and
Таргетинг — важная тенденция, которая проявляется не
sustainability.
только в
Targeting is another
рекламе,
vital
но,
trend which is
ну, то есть
manifested
мы
both
не только
in
рекламируемся, но
advertising
устойчивые
and
люди, что важно. Я,
in
наверное, как раз специалист в этой области могу
some other areas. We are targeted in our area, and the products are also targeted. In the past, we were aimed at mass consumers, and now we have to switch to niches. Some of them are truly unexpected. For instance, the ones aimed at persons with disabilities. Alessia, that's cool. Thank you very much. I believe that it will take us 6 hours to discuss everything. Alessia, thank you. Dear colleagues, we will have to stay here in the hall. And as for the speakers of the second part, please come here to the stage.
Коллеги, снимите просто таблички. Просто не успеем даже поменять. Девушки, бог бы с ним со стаканами, потому что мы жестчайшим образом превысили тайминг. Итак, коллеги, мы начинаем вторую часть нашей сессии. Я приглашаю спикера Екатерину Щербатенко, the CEO of Катюш, я тебе лично приношу извинения за то, что вы вынуждены были, собственно, я надеюсь, что вы не опоздали все-таки. Кать,
Hopefully you're not late. Katerina, I understand that you represent Qatar
как некую дестинацию
as a destination, as a tourist destination.
Чтобы вот ваша презентация,
I would like your presentation to
не в плане того, насколько эта дестинация интересна, она действительно очень интересна, в плане того, что сейчас делают, соответственно,
what are currently indigenous tourist businesses doing in order to survive and to be trendy. This situation has affected all countries.
Изменили свой подход к
They have changed their approach to tourism and they are moving in accordance with certain trends. Let me listen to these trends. We will either repeat them or go concurrently. Dear colleagues, thank you.
Коллеги, очень приятно, спасибо.
Thank you. It is my honor and privilege to be here. Thank you for having me in this session. The only foreign direction is aimed at based on systematic work with the Republic. We have already signed the roadmaps. It was a pleasure to be here with my colleagues. We are not only representing the destination. We are representing the commercial body. It is the only body which is promoting this destination. We are also buying the commercial, selling the commercial products within the country. Let me use the Alessia's life hack. Have you ever heard of Qatar and tourism in Qatar? Well, let me dwell upon this destination and the trends. And I will also touch upon the trends. Let me start with a very emotional video in order to make you delve into this country. Please, could you provide it with the sound?
Pardon?
Well, sorry.
Где еще на Земле страна обращается в прошлое, чтобы построить будущее?
Where does the company address the past in order to live in the future? And where does it search for inspiration?
Проживаются за один день.
Some events can be experienced one day. Where can you have a respite and then get the second breathing? Where does the nature meet the sea and where does it surround it? Here we can see the riches of the nature. And artists can create everything in harmony with the indigenous people. People feel happy and cheerful. You may have dinner and you're lit by thousands of stars. You'll be given a warm welcome there.
Ваш Катар. Избранная.
Qatar is represented here. Thank you very much.
Страна действительно очень интересная, направление интересное, молодая.
It is a very interesting young country.
Зубастая, амбициозная.
It is also very ambitious. This destination is the host company of the World Football Championship. Unfortunately, this direction is not that popular right now. With the B2B and B2C tourists, we have to reveal the unknown. It is the safest country in the world in terms of ratings. It is also comfortable for traveling in Russia, in central Russia. It is also very hospitable.
В рамках, прошу прощения, текущая ковидная ситуация в двух словах.
The current COVID situation has impacted our country. It is a small country. 22 million people. The population is 22 million people. They are not still officially open for the tourists. Still, they managed to retain the high level. There are only 250 cases due to rigid restrictions. One of the trends is safety. The safety of Khamat Airport. You're also aware of Qatar. This airport has got 5 stars for safety. For the airport zone. Its certification of safety in the country and in other countries have already been undergone, and the country is now preparing for the World Championship. They are thinking of the way how they will host it. They are also anticipating the Olympic Games, where you will get some trends. On the whole, tourism constitutes 1% in this country. That is why it is hard to move in this direction. It is also a very ambitious destination. It is part of the National Diversification 2030 program. Let me ask you, now, I have been the counselor of the advisor of the head of the Federal Agency of Tourism. Which events could you enumerate in order to increase it by 1%? I mean, popularization and creation of such infrastructures as this one, they are promoted in Russia in a systematic way. We also improve the service within the country. We broaden the number of rooms. We are working with DMC in a systematic way across all the countries. I have now enumerated all the conventional tools.
Обязательно.
Well, you have already reached this tourism level, and we are presenting it as contractors and also as purchasers. We're interested in the maps of the regions. And now let me communicate with you here, right now on fields. We're interested in these large travel agencies. So let me start right now, and we will do our utmost to gain better results. Working with local DMC, we can perceive this pain. Many of us did our utmost to work with Qatar, and many of the offers are not compliant with our expectations. Still, we may keep talking about some key trends. Cool. Well, does the system look this way? I mean, the internal operators which are working at the global level. Yes, we have the Global Currency Council. It has the office here. Its function is completed by oil reps. Its mission is marketing, industry, and narration about this direction. And the National Tourist Council is paying for it. We are aware of this destination. Well, the next slide. It is our background information. It's the Qatar Cooperation Center, which was created for promoting relations with the country at all the levels. I mean, the relations between Russia and Qatar. We can see such a large number of circles. It is, and all these circles denominate commercial structures. This will allow us to sell these services and to provide them in order to familiarize countries with one another. In my opinion, the Russians will also have a new market for international tourism. I have been to this country 2 times. It is incredible. It is truly incredible. It was 2006 when I came there. You will be surprised when you know more about this country. This country has changed drastically. Please welcome. We anticipate you. Now we are aimed at business tourism in terms of your business development. For this reason, we are a platform.
Even with closed borders, we know how to create a business agenda and bring it to a certain place and do everything to plan business with, for example, now we're planning the business with the Republic of Bashkortostan right now and to prepare that mission, and we offer complete support for all different business fields and branches on every level. Ekaterina, I've got a really interesting question, but maybe it's not the main question, but I'm really interested. So Qatar has been built a lot. So what means do you provide for your investors? Whether there are some subsidies, whether they exist or not, and deliveries of capex in different hotel services, etc. What else do you have? So that's a golden set, and they all exist when we hold some huge events. And I can only talk about small events. I can't talk on behalf of the whole country. So that's trend of our future. We can only some low products, tailor-made products for small groups, and probably they will be pioneers to create a flow, right? Yeah, we hope that it will happen. Yeah, so talking about the World Championship, I will talk about that briefly. That's in Qatar, they hold very unique and sustainable projects in the region. We also had a unique project, but anyway. So I'm really sorry for using some borrowed words as sustainable. Yeah, but they had all those designs of different facilities that were developed into some buildings and dwellings, and we work on St. Petersburg Economical Forum, and we were as guests, and the stand that has been built in St. Petersburg on the forum platform. We're going to think how to use that in the future. And I think that's a really important trade, and Qatar can do the same. And so it says a lot about that country as well. So our speech today is kind of diverse. We introduce ourselves and show our business mission and how we can help you and help you develop. And so the last slide, among something interesting, we've already heard a lot of about different trends and impressions in Qatar and all the opportunities and technologies in Qatar. And it's one of the youngest examples of urbanization nowadays. So probably I even got within the limits.
Приглашаю Тимофея Каноненко, советника президента Российского Союза по трудоустройству. В Российской Федерации есть много достаточно общественных объединений в сфере туризма, и РСТ является крупнейшим объединением в сфере туризма. Тимофей, приветствую, вы на связи.
Наталья Алексеевна,
да, приветствую. Тимофей, ну, во-первых, сори огромное за то, что мы задержались. Тимофей, вопрос совершенно четкий. Как необходимо меняться туроператору сегодняшнего дня, чтобы быть в тренде в диапазоне 3, 5, 7, 10 лет? Потому что Российский союз трудоустройства объединяет достаточно количество больших туроператоров. Это очень крупные региональные туроператоры, федеральные туроператоры. Несомненно, хочется от вас услышать совет как от представителя РСТ.
And we would like to hear from you as a representative of RST. So thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I'd like to say that the influence of COVID expansion was really drastic, and it underwent some business, etc. And now we're paying attention to some programs and cashback programs nowadays, and that helps us understand the situation in Russia. When we talk about tourism, so as we can see, for about 300 people took part in our program, and they spent about 6.2 million rubles as a whole. And all the sellings have increased into 40%, and booking was about 10%, and the activity of booking has increased into 15 or 20%, and now tourism is continues to develop, and the next stage of our program continues to develop, and these figures were really efficient. And now we can talk about 60-70% of trade increase, and 32% of sellings are going to be by New Year, and Caucasian mineral waters are about 20%, overall in Siberia 13%, Crimea 10%, Moscow surroundings about 6% of selling.
Я как профессионал, у меня есть совершенно свое четкое мнение по вот этой акции кэшбэка, и, наверное, я просто, поскольку вы затронули ее, ну, наверное, все-таки буду задавать вопрос. Вот смотрите, 15 миллиардов, это 100 отелей,
for cashback, that's about 100 hotels
это 100 аэродромов малой авиации тоже по всей стране.
And about 100
это 10 аэропортов крупных.
drones
Если взять вот
and
это
10
и сравнить, соответственно, с акцией
huge
кэшбэк, что будет
airports
выигрывать? Это
across
первый
the
вопрос.
country. So if we
Второй
compare
вопрос. Мы
those
все знаем,
figures
что есть
with
кэшбэк от банков.
the amount of
Ну, коллеги, вы
cashback,
же
we
сталкиваетесь,
also
у вас
know
у всех
that
есть карта
banks
какая-нибудь, да?
provide
Система
cashback as
лояльности,
well, so
которая
we
вам дает
all
от
face
10 до
that. You know that
20%.
we've got
Кто
special
мешал
card of
договориться с банками, с
loyalty
поставщиками
system
о
to
скидке,
get
не
that
используя
cashback?
бюджетные деньги?
And
Коллеги,
who
20%
has
это
ever tried
стандартная
to
комиссия ательеров.
communicate?
Почему
Who
нельзя было
has ever
просто
tried to
договориться о
communicate with
системе
banks
лояльности и
and
бюджетные деньги не использовать? Хорошо,
about
идем,
loyalty
соответственно,
system
по
and
официальному
not use
вопросу. А
budgetary
почему бы
money?
эти деньги нельзя было
And also
направить на
move to the next
отдых
question.
детей? У
Why
нас есть,
couldn't
коллеги,
those
обращение
that
президента,
money
что каждый
be
ребенок в нашей стране,
directed
нашу
to
страну должен знать
the
путешествовать.
recreational
Это
activities for
вопрос
children,
как
because that's really
профессионалу.
important?
Вот
So there's a
не
question
явился ли, понятно, что
to you
кэшбэк
as
это
a
вот такой,
professional.
знаете,
Of
стимулирующий
course,
фактор, и
cashback
народ
is a
поехал. С другой стороны,
stimulating
очень многие
factor when
туроператоры отмечают, что
people
глубины продаж-то на
do
Новый
go
год снесли
somewhere.
кэшбэк. Мы
But
все ждали,
it
пока
shows
этот кэшбэк
that
начнется. А дальше,
everyone
хорошо. Вот это
has been
сейчас
waiting
прошла
for
акция
the
в этом
beginning of
году.
that
А в 2021 году надо
program
опять туда деньги,
cashback.
да? Ну, чтобы
And
стимулировать. Понимаете,
now
в чем дело?
in
То есть мера-то на самом
2021,
деле
should we
одноразовая.
should
Вот
we
это с моей точки
restart
зрения.
that
Давайте
program again? So it only
пополемизируем,
one time
подискутируем. Как вы считаете?
measure. So let's speculate on that
Участники рынка, в частности,
issue. All right. So the participants of the market of the internal tourism think that this program is really contemporary and of topic
участие в этой
and topical.
программе
So the
помогло
participation in this program helped
вырасти продажам туроператоров.
help different
Поддержала компания,
sellings
поддержала
of tourist operators increase, and all the participants of tourism industry have actually won. And talking about some social activities and children recreation, we've got special programs for example, doctors of Russia and all those people who work in the fight with COVID can be involved in this program, and we also have program for kids from some orphanage, etc. or some families. And those are social programs, and they go on the new level. And
Тимофей, вы когда
заговорили
о трендах, да, то есть это тренд того, что государство наконец-то включилось в поддержку бизнеса, туризма. Это вот один тренд, я правильно понимаю, вы о нем говорите? Или это тренд развития как бы региональных федеральных туроператоров, что там дождитесь мало неизвестного государства, не двигайтесь дальше? В чем
wait for the government support, and that's it. So that depends on what people buy. And those directions that I've just spoken about, those are they say that Ural and Siberia have suddenly become really popular among tourists. And it tells us that the system of regional promotion really works. Sure, maybe that's stimulation for some regional operators to work with some programs and loyalty systems, because we know it's been working for a very long time, but very little amount of tour operators really use that, and maybe they should work with loyalty system, and no cashback will be necessary, and you will be able to get that while contracting and transfer that to the clients.
Well, let me reiterate the position of RST on domestic tourism. Nowadays, this campaign is really topical. According to the market conditions, it has helped us. It has helped the travel agencies and market players to retain the figures which they have now. What else do the travel agencies take note of? Which means what does the pressing forward movement mean? Well, B2B Ostrovok company group
пандемии очень повлияло на поведение бронирования.
Showed us that the pandemic has influenced the behavior of the tourists. Then the time of the trip constituted about 1 month, and now this time has decreased. They are not ready to take risks still under these conditions of booking. We're moving in a slower pace than we did last year. Still this summer and winter is not a popular season. Still, there are more booking than people are booking the places, and according to the depth of the market is recovering. St. Petersburg, Moscow, Anapa, Sochi. And the Black Sea are the most popular tourist destinations. St. Petersburg, Moscow, Sochi, Anapa, and also Krasnaya Polyana and the Black Sea. It means that the trends pertain. We haven't added anything new. It means that we were pioneers while entering other regions still. Those who have been to these territories haven't booked these locations for the second time. 13% the Ural Mountains and Siberia constitute the 13% figure. As for the Siberia, which territories can you mention? I cannot tell you precisely. Maybe Altai is included in this list. Definitely Khakassia included. Irkutsk is also one of super popular traditional tourist destinations.
Ладно, Тимофей, спасибо огромное. Спасибо, во-первых, что дождались.
Thank you for having waited for us. We have signed an agreement between the Russian Union of Tour Industry and the All-National Union of Hospitality. We are moving at keeping at the same pace because we are united by the same mission of the Russian Federation 7. Thank you for having participated in our session. Now, dear colleagues, we move on to Alexandra Solenko. The floor is yours. You are the head of touristic support. We understand that you're also the RST representative.
Я думаю, я, собственно говоря, сдержусь по поводу кэшбэка.
As for cashback, I decided to mention it. Well, which development trends can you see now? What should we pay attention to? Maybe the factor of safety matters. Yes, Natalia, thank you for having me and for giving me the chance to tell my point of view. Yes, the pandemic has adjusted and impacted lots of aspects of tourism, including the selection of tourists, the tourist choice. They decide whether they would like to travel on their own or use the tour agency services. The pandemic has oriented the tourists to the direction of organized tourism, to package tourism. The government and the travel agencies were aimed at organized tourism, at package tourism. It did not require any extra financial expenditure. When the harbors were closed, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has interfered with it. As for autonomous tourism, the individual approach was the keyword. So it means that the drowning man will clutch at a straw. Now the government has its legal base in place. It has amended it and recreated something. The government has oriented its lawmaking at organized tourists. This association called Touristic Support allows for the travel agencies in the area of journeys. Still, these two foundations, which are emerging on the basis of this association are used for customized tourists. Here are the key items.
Достаточно четко проявились. Мы сегодня
They have
слышим
been
постоянно о
manifested
том, что,
drastically.
скорее всего, человечество и туризм, наверное, не последний раз сталкиваются с таким глобальным вопросом, с такой глобальной проблемой. И будет абсолютно точно так же понятно, что именно категория, да, социальная категория, правовая категория, организованный турист в этом плане будет защищена в первую очередь.
Means that these tourists will be protected for the first time. At the end of summer, the State Duma has amended the legislation. The government shouldn't spend a lot for autonomous tourists, although it has to help them come back to their homeland. Still, the expenditure is the responsibility of the tourists.
Провести такую вот параллель, выездной туризм,
Concurrently, we may compare domestic tourism and international tourism.
Ростуризм уже на сегодняшний день обратил
Nowadays, Rostourism has pointed out that
на сегодняшний день действительно граждане Российской Федерации,
the citizens of Russian federations, who are also tourists traveling abroad,
он защищен
are
значительно
protected
лучше во всех смыслах этого слова,
significantly.
Начиная, так сказать, от медицины, то, что
the
касается жизни и
healthcare,
здоровья, и
the life and
заканчивая
their health,
финансовой
and the
составляющей,
financial
чем,
component,
так
than
сказать, турист, который путешествует
tourists
внутри
who travel
России. И насколько я
in
знаю,
Russia.
и я так понимаю,
As far as I
что
know,
вот этот перекос в ближайшее время, в
this
частности,
shift will
2021 год, здесь будет, так сказать, ну, потихонечку все-таки нивелироваться. Очень надеюсь, что это произойдет, потому что, как показала практика самого бизнеса, у нас всегда то, что начинает активно, лавинообразно развиваться, то, что мы сегодня говорим про внутрироссийский туризм, да, у нас достаточно много людей, которые вокруг этого не совсем законно делают свой бизнес. Точнее, совсем незаконно. Поэтому, безусловно, приоритет в защите, приоритет в подобных правовых актах, он будет четко на сегодняшний день, так сказать, лоббироваться. И, ну и, собственно говоря, мы с вами уже слышали поручение президента, да, о том, что новый закон о туризме и глобальные кардинальные изменения в него, которые в первую очередь должны касаться вот как раз развития и защиты туриста на
promotion, development and the protection of tourists in their domestic directions. Thank you very much.
За то, что принял участие у меня в сессии. Огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much for
Огромное спасибо за дружбу.
in our session and thanks a lot for your friendship.
Спасибо.
Коллеги, мы двигаемся дальше.
Коллеги, прошу прощения, нам нужно завершать сессию, уже сильно задерживаемся.
15 минут.
Нет у нас 15 минут, к
Значит, 10 минут.
К сожалению, нужно сейчас закончить. Буквально пару минут есть.
Коллеги, мы двигаемся дальше. Мы приглашаем Юлию Бубчикову, туроператор Пегас Туристик. Юлия, спасибо вам огромное, что вы приняли участие. Коллеги, я напомню, что Пегас Туристик один из пионеров, который в этом году зашел, соответственно, рейсами в Горно-Алтайск, порвав рынок и снизив, соответственно, оптимизировав цену на авиабилет, такого никогда не было. Юлия, наверное, мы уже не будем включать презентацию. Расскажите о стратегии развития Пегаса в ближайшее
Strategies of Pegasus touristic development. Yes, so briefly, everything that we've done nowadays on the market of tourism and what we faced, we can conclude that tourist operator becomes a tourist agent, and there should be a complex approach. For example, there was a suggestion to create a special local office in every region, because all those offices know more and have more information about the local regions and to provide more services. And we should tell a lot about the territories that we want to promote, and it's impossible to do that only with the opportunities of regional tour operators. We need some local tour operators, and we work in the digital century, and we live in a digital environment where maybe it will appear that all the participants, like managers, agents, operators, and clients, would work in one online space and communicate to form their package. And maybe one day we'll have come to that fact when the client will be able to do everything themselves and to create their product. And so nowadays we use our own resources and the resources of other players. So these are just golden words. So please pay attention to the words that there should be symbios between regional and local tourist operations, and the usage of the mutual use of different opportunities, and the tourist should receive complex servicing. And a digital platform is really important, and that digital platform may win. That will be most interesting for the tourists. So thank you very much. Within only 1 minute, you've said everything that should have been done. So we move on, and now I'll present you the representative deputy CEO of Two Machine Company, and they've created a special portal that allows clients to use a lot of services. So thank you very much. Different trends and digitalization are accelerating, and a pandemic factor is also obvious, its influence, but those two factors have allowed us to use new technology. So certainly there is a big data and IO, which is used in airports and hotels, that allows to save a lot of money. And and what is interesting to me that HR and VR technologies provide a lot of different opportunities that people, thanks to those technologies, can attend different places all around across the whole world, and AR and VR allow that. And people visiting a particular place with VR or AR technologies will be sure that they won't be tricked in the future when they attend it personally. So that's a great advantage. And well, what we should understand, technologies will never be able to provide some unique content, and tourism activity scope moves to the that competence of creating those tools and successful packaging of different contents will just disappear when you're going to digitalize that. So, and digital opportunities will help to prepare the content better than if we do that with just our hands manually. And some algorithm will help to operator to pack, to create an appropriate program, tourist program. And well, sure, nowadays it's just impossible to do everything digitally, and people, tour operators just connect with different tourist places and with glamping, and it's really important for them to achieve that. So thank you very much. We would like to hear more about the platform. So what we've done a system that lets use distributional transportation system and hotel aggregators, group of hotel aggregators, and also a huge system of NCI, and it will help to form a huge system of tour creation. And it's not a product, it's a helper, an assistant, a customizing system, assistant that helps the client to form their own package. Of course, we've got tour operators that find customizing tours, but we're also interested in interaction with local tourist agencies to create a customizing program. So as I understand, you created a dynamic tour package, and you also add some offers of regional tour operators, different excursions, and everything. Is it a complex offer among the tourism market, or what? It's a complex offer according to some personal traveling. And so in 5 seconds we stop. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much.
Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще, как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
Мы с поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау.
For the presentation of the World Travel Technology Awards, we invite on stage the president of the World Travel Award, Mr. Graham Cook.
Для презентации World Travel Technology
For the presentation of World Travel Technology Award, we are inviting Mr. Graham Cook.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Graham Cook. I'm the founder and president of the World Group of Companies and the World Travel Awards. We're looking to bring the World Travel Technology Awards and the World Travel Technology Conference to UFA in January 2021. World Travel Technology Awards serves to acknowledge and reward and celebrate excellence across the global travel technology industry. It is part of the World Travel Awards. Our brand is recognized globally and is the ultimate hallmark of industry excellence. Our inaugural event will be launched here in Russia, UFA, in 2021. The sectors will include travel technology, airlines, car rental, hotels, rail, cruise and booking. And our awards specifically will be looking at the world of apps, tech providers, platforms, websites and social media. The World Travel Awards was established to acknowledge and award to celebrate excellence across all the sectors of the travel industry. And this is our 27th anniversary year in 2020. It is an annual program renowned as the most prestigious and comprehensive in the global travel industry. The global travel technology market is currently witnessing strong growth, especially in 2020, where COVID limits our physical freedom of movement. The virus has played a pivotal part in demonstrating how important and reliant we are on technology. The technology trends that we will be investigating and promoting will be virtual reality, social media, AI chatbots, voice search, voice control, robots, contactless payments, cybersecurity measures, Internet of Things, the recognition technology, big data, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, biometrics, APIS microservice and connectivity, and virtual events and video conferencing. The tourism industry statistics for 2020 and beyond are as follows. When you go to a conference, I've obviously been at many, we've organized in excess of 230 international events in the last 30 years. I always like to think I can come away from a conference with one specific thing. So I'm going to be very quick now in just saying life is about numbers. Please raise your hands if you are on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, VK. Please, can you raise your hands if you are one of those social media? I think you will see how important social media is now to our industry. The expected growth of travel technology in the next 5 years is 5.6%. The total contribution to the industry in 2020 will be $396 billion US. It's a decrease of 42% from the previous year. And this is significantly lower than the original forecast, which was 712 billion. The global travel and tourism market is predicted to see a loss of 108.8 million jobs in this year. Due to COVID-19, the revenue for the travel and tourism industry in Europe will decrease by 211 billion to 124 billion. The number of tourist arrivals worldwide in 2020 is 1.46 billion. The global leisure and travel spend in 2020 is 4.175 billion. The market size of the global industry, 2020, was 600.49 billion. The total number of hotels worldwide that have up to 1-star rating is 184,299. The combined revenue of the airlines this year, 838 billion. The following statistics demonstrate the harsh impact that COVID-19 has had on our tourism industry. Global tourism expenditure may be up by 8.1 trillion, lower than prediction, but dropping by 65%. International tourism arrivals took a hit in the first half of this year. Experts predict it could be 2024 before international travel returns to the levels of 2019. 65% of Americans have booked trips for the coming year have done so for international rather than domestic destinations. Quite surprising. Middle East to have a far faster recovery than Asia and Pacific regions. I've just arrived last night from Dubai. A resurgence in domestic travel and staycations is expected to be saving grace for the entire industry. Foreign direct investment is expected to drop by 30% across 2020 and 2021, with the tourism industry being the hardest hit sector. Technological innovations will strongly assist the rebound of our industry and give added assurance to travellers that activities are safe. Social platforms will become increasingly important in mitigating risks that are associated with COVID-19. Digital advertising budgets will increase by up to 78% in 2021 as business tries to best communicate to the consumers. Video content on social media attracts the highest level of engagement. 82% of online content will be in video format by 2022. It is predicted that 123 million people will use voice assistants in daily life by the end of next year. Payment methods, check-in functions, touch buttons will become increasingly automated and digitized to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Gamification via virtual reality headsets is expected to grow by 53% by 2024. Tour operators can showcase their offering to tourists, taking them on a tour to boost their sales by virtual reality. Technology will be a key element to the travel industry by 2021, reassuring users that jet setting is safe. Booking.com found that more than half, 53% of travellers will want tech options to make last-minute restaurant reservations, and 21% will hope to use self-service machines instead of having face-to-face. Virtual reality will play a more integral role in helping wanderlust travellers decide on holiday spots. Users will send and scout out destinations using VR. Artificial intelligence for airport congestion management. Real-time AI tech to estimate and report the times passengers spend their time in lines. Artificial intelligence for air travel baggage handling, automatic handling, seamless data sharing. AI-based tracking would drastically minimize the baggage manhandling services. Travel chatbots. AI chatbots will help hotel and flight booking and avoid the most confusing stop of trip planning while free up valuable time for the consumer. Intelligent travel recommendation services using AI-based solutions for travel destination research will personalize recommendations based on each consumer's habits. Smart trip planning, e.g. U-Trip, uses machine learning algorithms to create highly personalized travel plans. Over-tourism prevention. AI solutions can help travelers navigate entirely entry caps and no-go zone areas, carefully manage and plan vacations abroad, and recommend similar but less traveled destinations instead of tourist traps. AI for exposing untapped destinations, helping undiscovered and less known destinations to get exposure. AI travel security. Evolve Edge checkpoint systems can automatically detect weapons and other prohibited dangerous objects by analyzing data collected by facial recognition 10 times faster than X-rays. AI and commuting. A number of robot taxi services, Lyft, Uber, are expected to launch in the early to mid-2020s now around the world. It is possible that full automation of public transportation systems, including driverless buses and trains, will follow in the following year. AI for breaking language barriers. Already, you probably use Google Interpreter, real-time audio translations, and the new Google Lens instant camera will add instant translation and smart reply. Video content will dominate. Short-form videos like TikTok and stories of the future. Social commerce will expand. Platforms like Instagram, Pinterest, and Facebook have long been used by the brands to sell their products. Instagram will remove likes. The logic is given that the like to determine a person's social value, and waiting for such validation is determined to help. Thank you. Right. Now. Video content will dominate. I do apologize. Social commerce will expand. They've been using their brands to sell their products. The latest now is content that is available on short-term duration will disappear soon after these stories have appeared. Snapchat, you are probably all familiar with. There were 118 million users in the Russian Federation in January 2020 of social media. There are 70 million social media users. Most use the following social media platforms in your country: YouTube, VK, WhatsApp, Instagram, and Oglaslankia. VK use is now growing in your country by 5 million per year. More information can be found on that report. The top OTAs, Booking.com, 83 million verified reviews. Expedia.com, 25 million guest reviews. This is an example of bricks and mortar v virtual platforms. Hilton Hotels, founded in 1919, the number of hotels 584, 94 countries. Their valuation today, $30 million US. A company that started 12 years ago has only 6,300 employees. One platform is today valued at 42 million and will be floating on the stock market very shortly. This company was not in business 12 years ago. TripAdvisor, founded in 2000, valuation today $3.97 billion. It's an online travel company that operates a website, a mobile app, content-generated shopping experiences, lodging, transportations. It's a genuine host, TripAdvisor, for reviews. Uses a phone app to show the content by ratings. These are companies that we would call today a new word that has come into our industry in the last 3 to 4 years: disruption. I've done a barcode at the end of this presentation, and these are the top 20 that we have found are the ones to watch. I won't go through them individually. The fact file: there are 7.7 billion people in the world today. There are 3.6 billion people that are on social media worldwide. There are 116 million users online in Russia. The world's most used platforms are below. You can see Facebook, 2 billion, YouTube, 2 billion plus, WhatsApp, 2 billion, Facebook Messenger, 1.3, WeChat for China, obviously 1.2, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, QQ, VK, Weibo, Qzone, Reddit, Duan, Snapchat, Pinterest, and Twitter. These are all within our function area of what we're doing with the Travel Technology Conference and the Travel Technology Awards.
Thank you, Mr. Graham Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
We are expressing our gratitude to Mr. Graham Cook and kindly asking him to take his seat.
2020 год. Для сегодняшних профессионалов кризис – не только новые экстремальные вызовы, это еще и новые уникальные, невиданные прежде возможности.
Нам нужно сформировать развитие внутреннего туризма, открывать новые направления в нашей стране, куда можно будет удобно добраться и с интересом для людей провести время.
Россия – страна с безграничным потенциалом в науке, культуре, искусстве и, конечно, туризмом. Наши безграничные просторы, наши уникальные ландшафты и многочисленные климатические зоны, богатейшая история страны и регионов – вот истинное сокровище для граждан страны. Настало время находить новые и развивать уже существующие туристические регионы. А их у нас много. Туристические ресурсы Башкортостана – это памятники культуры и искусства, множество маршрутов разного характера и уровня сложности. Доступные и спортивные сплавы по рекам, горные одно- и многодневные маршруты, велотреки, природные скалы для скалолазания, удобные тропы для конных прогулок. Последние годы Республика Башкортостан уверенно поднимается в рейтинге внутреннего туризма России. Тема пленарного заседания третьего дня – туризм и индустрия гостеприимства, новые вызовы и возможности. На примере развития регионов говорим о развитии туризма в стране.
On the national level. We're starting our plenary session about the new challenges and opportunities. We're inviting Radi Khabirov, Chairman of the State Duma of the Russian Federation's Committee of Physical Culture, Sports, Tourism and Youth Affairs, Boris Paikin. And online, we have Head of the Department of State Tourism Projects and Tourism Security of the Federal Agency for Tourism, Yelena Lysenkova. We're inviting President and Founder of World Media and Events Limited, Mr. Graham Cook. We're inviting the President of the National Union of the Hospitality Industry, Mr. Grant Babasyan. We're inviting Vice President of the Russian Union of Tourism Industry, Alexander Asadulenko. Mr. Sergei Korolhanov, Deputy Director of Russian Geographical Society. The moderator is the coordinator of the Travel Across Russia, Russia TV channel host, Mr. Denis Polonchakov. One, two. Welcome, dear speakers. Good afternoon, dear participants. I'm glad to greet you at the International Business Week in Ufa. And as a person who is developing domestic tourism, I'm pleasant to see that we're in Ufa. I would like to thank the authorities of the region. Mr. Khabirov, thank you for helping the hospitality industry to make the 10th of December the Day of Tourism here in the International Business Week so that we could discuss the most relevant issues. It is very important today during the pandemic. The industry faces great challenges, and each of you knows that. Previously, we didn't pay so much attention to tourism, but these limits showed how close-knit these issues are. And when the tourist flow goes down, transportation suffers, hospitality suffers, fewer money in budgets, regional budgets, because the money tourists could spend on souvenirs, museums, theaters, we like them. In this period, when the tourist flow is decreased, we need to preserve what we have achieved and develop tourism, provide incentives so that for the new season, Russia could offer different indicators, better indicators. This year, federal authorities started giving grants for inner domestic tourism. We know that several people in Bashkortostan won grants. They are trying to design accessible environments because people must have opportunities to travel in our country and improve their health. And talking about the Republic of Bashkortostan, we must say that here there is great potential for tourism development. Natural environment, lakes, caves, mountains, ethnotourism, cultural tourism, knowledge tourism, gastronomic tourism. It's all here. And now I would like to give floor to the head of the region, Mr. Habirov. And I know that you pay special attention to geoparks. Yangantau, as far as I know, is the only CIS park listed on UNESCO. But what about infrastructure when people come to see these tourists? Do you have hotels, restaurants, shops to make these experience more convenient? And what are the prospects of the region? What do you think? Thank you. First of all, I would like to greet our guests. Thank you for being with us here. We greet Mr. Graham Cook here, a friend. Our region has always been very hospitable. Some introductory words. Tourism didn't drop. People stopped going outside, it's obvious, but people should have a place to have some recreation, and people decided to enjoy some recreation in their own region. And this summer, the number of guests increased by 3. To us, this is a lot of people, and it's a great chance for us to make it an incentive for tourism development. Sanction politics provided us with sanctions provided us with solid agriculture, and it's a similar story here. The question is whether we were ready for meeting the demand in tourism. Honestly, not really. We were not ready to accept so many tourists, but it provided an incentive for infrastructural development and to the fact that many business people saw that tourism is becoming interesting, and those people who were in tourism, they are expanding, and those who have never been in tourism, they understand that they should go into tourism. Of course, there are some losses. Naturally, altogether we have gone through lockdowns and limits. Of course, it had its own downturns, and some types of tourism, some sectors of tourism are recovering now. Of course, in the region, we try to help our travel agencies this or that way. We have a case. Almost all the wellnesses in the region, our wellness is a huge network. It's one of the top 3 in Russia. Given that we couldn't open the wellnesses for everybody, we turned them into recreation for Gazprom and other oil. It's a lockdown facility so that people, before going to the north for oil recovery, it means that we have had 30,000 customers there already. It's quite a lot of people, and so they're managing very well. As for the geoparks, Geopark Yangantau is a unique event. We have just discussed that. It's the first Russian and the CIS UNESCO Global Geopark. Overall, there are 161 geoparks in 44 countries, and the first one in the CIS. It's a unique status. It's for protection, but it's good because we can have campings there. We can have some economic activity there. We have some tourist facilities. That is to increase the attractiveness of these facilities. We have one geopark, UNESCO geopark so far, but we have already filed another application to UNESCO to make a Toratau geopark. But going back to the main thing, on the one hand, domestic tourism has increased, but at the same time, the question is whether we have proper infrastructure and are we able to have so many people as tourists. And this is a window for opportunities. The one who works efficiently and prepares infrastructure shortly, they will retain the tourists. Some people may come just because they had to, but they will stay with us. So we have opened programs to develop Yangantau and geoparks and other facilities. And I think that for the tourist industry, pandemic is a window of opportunities. I also think we need to popularize tourism, where Russian tourists can go, because some people go to Moscow, other people go to Krasnodar, but few people know what they can see in Bashkortostan, in Khakassia, Udmurtia. And the more we discuss it, the more it popularize inner tourism, the more people will travel across the country. Besides, many people can go for weekends. It's not that the weekend tour is very attractive.
У меня еще такой к вам вопрос. Впереди у нас новогодние праздники. Впереди у нас каникулы.
We're going to have holidays, New Year holidays. How will the region invite tourists? We've made the decisions based on the pandemic. The situation is stable in the region, and the number of infected. We are ranked 18th, 82nd, so it means that the situation is well controlled. Healthcare situation is that we are ready for less favorable scenarios. So health and security of and safety of our citizens are the most two important things. Since we're not so bad with the virus, maybe we should give people the opportunity just to have some rest. They offered me to close down the limits, close down the entire region in summer. But in fact, it was vice versa. So many people went rafting. I mean, if you can't stop this holiday, if you can't stop these vacations, we need to regulate them. Our wellnesses keep working with due observance of the sanitary regulations. We made this decision. Some people criticize us. If someone wants to go to a restaurant, we should allow them to go and to spend a night in this restaurant. This is a Russian practice that they keep staying in the restaurant to the morning. We allow that on a New Year night. This is also because it's a high income for restaurants. It will allow the restaurants to give back some debts they have had. The restaurations who have collected their teams, they have spent a lot of time and effort to keep this team. We have the head for Yangantao Wellness. He knows that it took him really long time to find a nurse or a good waiter. So his task was to keep his team working. So we allow the tourist industry to earn during the New Year night with observance of sanitary regulations. I know that there are several wonderful mountain skiing resorts in the region. Mr. Habirov, do you have top 3 or top 5 best places in Bashkortostan that you can advise us? I'm not an expert in wellness and tourist places. For example, I've been in Abzakova mountain skiing resort just once in my life. So I can say what I like, but they're not related to tourism. For example, my village where I was born, I like it, but it's not a tourist attraction. So I usually avoid answering such questions because we have 7 large wellnesses and overall 44 wellnesses, and every head of this wellness believes that his or her wellness is the best, and we always support people who believe so. So we have a few places that we can visit. Thank you very much.
The head of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Radi Habirov. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the head of the Committee for Physical Education, Sports, Tourism and Youth of the Russian Federation, Mr. Baikin. Hello, Mr. Baikin. Hello. Straight away, I have a question to you. I know that the State Duma is considering a law bill about guides. I know that a lot of people face this year the pandemic, and they found it interesting to apply to authors' tour when certain guides bear responsibilities and bring people to certain destinations, but they do not provide any safety. So I think a law bill should regulate these relations. What the stage is this law bill at, and what issues are supposed to be solved? Good afternoon, dear Mr. Habirov, dear colleagues. Actually, it is such an unexpected question, but I must say that there is such a law bill, and it has been preliminarily adopted. In a week, we are going to the next stage, and there are a lot of amendments, about 140 amendments. Some points have been adopted and some points have not. And the essence of this law bill is in the following, that some of its points can eliminate the translator's guides. But if we take a look at the routes, recent and popular in the latest time, in relation to the Chinese travel groups, for example, when the Chinese group arrives, we have been stalking their movements, and we found out that they do not use our guides at all. So any Chinese group comes with a student or another person who has studied or has been in Russia and now conducts excursions. We don't know what he tells or she tells. We don't know what they are going to see during this excursion. But when we face it straight, we see that they provide not really proper data. Like sometimes they even confuse the location of the Lenin's mausoleum, Lenin's tomb. And it provides not really a good reputation to our country. And it is not related only to Chinese groups. So we have and end up with a non-professional market. And once we have this law bill, it means that we uncover this shady business. There are a lot of people who ask, why do you do this? Why do you break up this market? But we are not breaking up anything. We are regulating something. And the state gets the regulated and registered guides and other specialists who are certified, who can be responsible for the excursion that they are leading. And in many regions, there are excursions led by guides and related to sports tourism, and we need high-quality professionals. The practice shows that there are few professionals, and we witness a lot of accidents. And these guides do know what to do and what to go, where to go. So the law bill has the right aims, and we really require it. We have adopted a few really useful amendments. For example, there is a teacher who has a PhD in a certain area, and they individually lead tours that are related to their major business. Who can be a better examiner and better inspector than these people? So it's clear that now we have taken this into account. And I must say that all the exams will be regional. So each region will have a task to assign this mission to the Certification Commission of the Committee for Tourism. So it will not be really expensive. We will have pretty affordable prices. And we were said that we are going to kill the industry because it will take a lot of money and time to pass an exam, but the sum will fluctuate and will not be really high. We will control and keep these prices affordable. Generally, there are a lot of positive things adopted with this law. We have discussed a lot about it, and I think we managed to convince the industry that this law bill is required. And I think by the end of the year, the bill will have been adopted, and it will start working. I think that those who understand the importance of this law bill are expecting it. Thank you very much. If you allow, may I ask you another question? Do you have the top 3 or top 5 of regions that have best prospects for tourism? I think that it is impossible to say what are top 5 or top 3 regions, because Russia entirely is suitable for tourism. Each region has a diversity of advantages and sites of interest. Some regions have more prospects for summer tourism or winter tourism. Some regions have significant culture features or religious features. But each region has something special and special sightseeings. So I think that every region requires development. With regards to the fact that us and the Russian tourism are expecting the significant changes in the industry, and it will give another notch. We have already been working on the tourism project. We are working on the law adopted as late as in 1996. And this law is oriented on the international tourism. Today, our priority is the domestic tourism. So this law bill will include all the necessary things that should be observed to develop the domestic tourism. And they will facilitate the shift in this business in the regions, because regions are extremely interested in what is going to happen in the tourism, because it will attract investments, jobs, raise of income. So we have only advantages here. What I would like to fight for is the fact that now annually our citizens spend about $30 billion going abroad. It is a colossal sum of money. And once we have such resources, such opportunities in our country, and such territories and wealth, we must fight for these incomes. We cannot take all of them, but anyway, we can offer something decent to replace. Even if we get half of the sum, it will significantly influence our country. I don't like giving such examples of Western countries, but for example, in America, American citizens do not really like to go abroad. Their country is vast, and they travel inside the country and spend money in their country. Just few American tourists go abroad. In Italy, 6% of GDP is provided by tourism, and it can be compared to the Russian indexes. So we have something to improve. And I'm happy that the president of our country, the government of our country are highly interested, and they have drawn their attention to tourism. So I hope that our domestic tourism will definitely uncover some growth points. And I want our people to know how exciting our history is. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paikin, head of the Sports, Physical Education and Youth Department of the Russian Federation. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Lysenkova, the head of the Tourism Project and Safety of the Federal Agency for Tourism. Ms. Lysenkova is with us online. Can you hear us? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Ms. Lysenkova, I know that just a few days ago you finished the second stage, the second sales for the touristic cashback, for partial re-indemnification of trips. How was the sales? What are the indexes? Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, Mr. Khabirov, Mr. Paikin. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So we just finished the period of sales for touristic cashback, and it is pretty popular. For the recent days, we had sort of a burst out of sales, because some tourists were thinking over, pondering over, and didn't really understand what it was like, but then they facilitated their decisions. Finally, we got a pretty interesting feedback. 150,000 purchases have been made, and we have pretty high average prices. A lot of trips were made as staycations within 3 or 5 days. And as Mr. Khabirov said, it was very popular to visit a wellness, and they stayed there longer. So it means that it is the product of time. And we understand that several thousands of our citizens have faced the pandemic. And we understand that the best recovery can be provided in the wellness, including in the territory of the Republic of Bashkortostan. At the same time, 2020 has become a historical year for tourism, as it has been said by Mr. Paikin. And we witnessed a lot of challenges. Obviously, this year, we highlighted the importance of tourism social, economic importance of tourism for citizens. We highlighted the importance of recreation sites, importance for economy, and the lockdown showed how important it is to rely on tourism and how it can influence the activity of businesses. At the same time, in early spring, when we faced the pandemic and step-by-step lockdown, limited physical movement, the government decided to consider tourism as the most hit industries, and we got a lot of support measures, subsidies, tax privileges. Russian tourism agency joined the businesses and was supported by the government to facilitate the major tourism facilities such as hotels and wellnesses. We supported businesses by indemnification for tourism operators who allowed the evacuation of our citizens from overseas countries. And Rospotrebnadzor Supervision Authority met us halfway to allow businesses to operate in order to provide comfortable and safe lives to our citizens. With regards to the pandemic spread, we joined the regions and launched the program that regarded to the certain situation in this or that region. And we regulated the number of tourists who went to rediscover their hometowns. And we were excited about the high number of the interested tourists. And we wanted to bring our products to perfection. We received far more tourists rather than we had expected. And our goal is to bring our tourists back. It became the challenge for us to provide the retention of customers. Unfortunately, not everyone was so much excited about their own products. Some companies in business tourism or exhibition tourism are still facing a lot of pressure due to the pandemic. They face the decrease of demand. At the same time, we realize that the winter season and the early spring will bring a lot of interest in the recreation, but we cannot predict the growth in the business tourism and congress and exhibition activity. As it was said before, this year, Russian Tourism Agency and other agencies provided a number of measures, and one of them was a grant measure. And I am happy to say that Bashkortostan and their companies are active participants of these programs and are winners of these grants. This measure was pioneering one in the Republic of Bashkortostan, but we received more than 4,000 applications from different spheres of business. 474 applications were approved and got some funding. It is a targeted measure. A lot of applications are oriented at forming the new infrastructure, and it allowed to build a new infrastructure, to build glampings and campings, leisure facilities, And this measure allows to get the grant worth up to 3 million rubles and implement these projects. It will be possible to get within 6 months, and all the fundings to the winners will be provided by the end of the year. And I think that all the players, all the winners, will be able to present a new popular product in their territory, and part of the grant is oriented on the safe environment and creation a product for inclusive tourism. It will be implemented in Bashkortostan, among others. So we hope a lot that by the next spring or summer, the country and the regions will have managed to be prepared and to suggest new, interesting solutions. And they will surprise the tourists with a diversity of services. Thank you very much.
In brief, do you have any forecast for the winter season? And how many tourists have tourists booked for the New Year vacations? In most regions, they are booked 90%. In the 3 or 4 stars hotels are booked 90% for the New Year vacations throughout the countries. So definitely there is high demand from the citizens. Most mountain skiing resorts, active sports tourism, they're still quite well demanded. Today there is a significant selection. Since January 10, there is a big selection. You can go to Abzakovo here in the region. You can go to the neighboring regions. You can travel to Baikal or Kamchatka. Or you can simply rent a car and find a unique place for a vacation, just one gasoline tank away from your hometown. We have diverse offers. Somewhere we don't have quality infrastructure, but this is what the national project is about in hospitality. We're going to implement it and therefore enjoy more offers that would meet the requirements of a more demanding customer. It's important that the infrastructural facilities will improve and facilities will be provided to domestic and foreign tourists across our big country. Thank you, Elena Lysenkova, head for safety in the Federal Agency for Tourism. Thank you for being with us today. Now I would like to give floor to the President of the World Travel Awards, President Graham Cook. Graham. Hello, Graham. I know that recently you have summarized World Travel Awards, and several Russian citizens were on top. But other cities you liked or would like to visit here in Russia, how do you estimate tourism in Russia in general?
Well, I think in general, Russia did an amazing job with the World Cup in 2018. And as you know, there were, I think it was 9 or 10 nominated cities. I have to be very honest and say that although I've been a publisher for some 49 years, before the World Cup, 4 or 5 of those cities I had never heard of, and Kazan was one of them. I think the regions, I've learnt a lot in the session this morning of the 50 regions of Russia. I think it is fair to say, in my view, that Russia is a world in one country. And the biggest single hurdle that Russia faces is to explain to the world the products that you have. This is the same for most smaller destinations. Every country in the world, in excess of 200 countries, technically wants to sell their product, and some have different markets, some have very, very small conditional needs. But again, as I explained this morning, I've just arrived from the United Arab Emirates, and we were the original founders of an exhibition there in 1993. I started with we bought the Arabian travel market from Bahrain, and when I look at how the Russians, and I'm generalising, almost funded the part of Dubai's development with their travel. I saw it in Cyprus, the Russian international travellers that go to a destination, stayed in a destination, then invested in that destination. I think now is the time for the Russian people generally to invest in their own country, and you have tremendous opportunities. The Arctic really fascinates me. The size of the Russian Arctic, I believe, is as big as India. India is accommodating 1.3 billion people, and you have it on your doorstep. Adventure travel, responsible tourism, eco-tourism, what the millennials are doing today. So the Arctic would certainly be one of the areas that would be of immense interest to me. Obviously, your historical locations, I mean, they're obviously well-travelled and well-known. St. Petersburg, obviously Moscow as a city. This is the first time I've been to Ufa. I've been very impressed. It's a small thing, but we're in the middle of a conference, MICE destination here. The setup has been very professional. The people very welcoming. You know, I was welcomed by a lovely lady at the airport yesterday, and you know, the traditional costume culture. So I think Ufa and the size of the president's Bashkistan. I mean, it quite amazes me. It's the size of my whole country, England, and you know, we have 55 million people in an area that you have 5 million people, less than 10%. So you have all this space in your republic to develop tourism, and as I say, you don't need expensive infrastructure today to develop that tourism. You know, people today during the pandemic in England, more bicycles were sold than cars during the whole of the last 3 years. So, you know, cycling has become almost like a national hobby now. We all know I used to go as a young person to Holland and Amsterdam, all the Dutch, always on their bikes, you know. My family now, they're biking everywhere. So there's a lot of changes in life now, and I think that all of the destinations that are in Russia, these 50 destinations that were talked about this morning, I think all have something unique. It may be fishing. Fishing is the biggest sport for participation in the world. More people fish than play football. There's just so many opportunities for small creative developments. And I think with you having all of the resources that your country you have timber, you have gold, you have diamonds, you have oil, you have gas, you certainly have history. But the greatest thing that I think Russia has, compared to a lot of the other emerging destinations that I work in and see, whether it be in Philippines, the UAE, some of the Latin American countries, you have your people. You have people that are strong. You have people that are creative in the arts, with your dancing, with your music, with your the creative investments. When I used to come here, when I was young, I started my life, I started as a publisher, I was a cartoonist, but 50 years ago I used to come and some of your cartoonists in the 70s were some of the most creative that we had in Europe. So the art's very, very important to Russia. And so I think that, you know, if you have a deep inward look at the cities and the regions, and you try and work within the infrastructure that is already there, rather than create these big new buildings. I mean, in Dubai at the moment, for example, there are 138 five-star hotels. Now, here we have one, the Crown Plaza. And there are as many people living in your republic as almost the Dubai and Abu Dhabi together. So the Dubai, do you really want the sun? I mean, they've almost man-built the sea. So, you know, beach culture today, the sun, no. You know, the future, in my view, is historic, culture, adventure, historic, just so many other opportunities. And so I would say, you know, really that all of Russia has potential, and so much of it I don't even know. So I think you have an exciting future to develop your tourism industry here. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Ради Фридович, вы хотели что-то добавить?
Mr. Khabirov, would you like to add something? I would like to apologize. Our program is quite vast. I probably will have to leave. Mr. Andrei will work with you. And once again, I would like to thank our guests despite the pandemic. I hope that tourism will continue developing, and you will come to us to more comfortable conditions and to see the beauty of our region, and we will create respective infrastructure. Thank you, Yelena. Thank you again for a unique opportunity to come together to discuss domestic tourism. Graham, our big country has several symbols. One of them is Russian matryoshka. Do you know Russian matryoshka? Do you know anything about it? What does it mean to you?
Not a lot. I was told, I think, something on the rooftop at the Crown Plaza, or not. I don't know. Is that correct? Please explain. Yes.
I mean, there is a symbol of Russian matryoshka doll. It's a doll, a toy.
No, I did not know I know the toy. It's world famous, yes, but I do not know the history of the doll.
You know, in my view, this matryoshka doll is a good illustration of our multi-sided country, because each region has its unique features, as a matryoshka doll has a lot of pieces. If you were given an interview to the foreign mass media, how would you explain the tourism in Russia? Maybe just in one headline.
In one headline, as I said, a world in one country, and certainly the largest country in the world, the most diverse country in the world. If you think about it, in many ways, it is a very stable country. We hear of conflict in life, but you look at the Middle East as an example at the moment, where Dubai, again, I'm coming back to that in terms of you have to look at examples. So to explain the real emergence of Russia in one sentence, I would say it's a stable country to come to. I think it's a safe country to come to. I've always felt safe in coming to Moscow and St. Petersburg. I've had warm hospitality here. It's a hospitable country. But like many other things, the barrier to entry to Russia, as I see it from travelling around the world and how we publish, is the communication. I'm very lucky now. We have, with technology, a translator. You can hear what I'm saying. 50 years ago, this didn't used to happen quite the same. You have the advantage of all of the technology now to sell your country, to explain your country to people. It's very simple. Even our website, I mean, our company, when we started 27 years ago, we have a company called Virtual World Internet. I started Virtual World, and a company called Fortune Cookie. We had building websites. And always we built, I know it's UFA here, but we built UEFA.com. I built that for 16 years, which is like a FIFA, but it's Barcelona, Manchester United, Liverpool. And when we first started building that website, I was very vocal about language. UEFA was based in Switzerland, and FIFA's official language is French, believe it or not, although football started in England. But so we obviously built it in French. But within a year, we were building that website in Chinese, in Russian, in Italian, and after 4 years, it was having 80 million unique visits a day. 80 million. Now, this was 15 years ago when we built this website. Now, really, it was all about communication. And I think that what Russia needs to do, its main struggling point is the PR like the movie, Lost in Translation. And we have to spend more time with Russia, with language, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, Portuguese, English, showing the great values in the culture of your country. And it's not, this UFA, I've already learned since I've been here, the city of students, very warm hospitality. It may not be the most culturally a beautiful city in Russia. I don't know, I've still much to see, but the people I've met have been very hospitable, very educated and dynamic. You have a great leader with your Prime Minister sitting beside me, your President's just gone, lots of young people. Grab it and find an opportunity to show what UFA has to the world. That's how I view this city, and I think great opportunity. So a world in one country, and come and visit.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such warm words about our big country. Mr. Graham Cook, the President of World Travel Awards. Thank you very much for your speech.
I would like to give floor to the hospitality president of Grant Augustin. I know that in Ufa there was one of the brightest semifinals of the hospitality industry, and it's not a coincidence, I think. I think more than 15% of the participants are from Bashkortostan, if I'm not mistaken. From the viewpoint of the service quality, is it improving? No doubt the service quality here in the region, in Bashkortostan and in Ufa, surprised in terms of its level, its preparation of the staff, training of the staff. And I would like to thank the region in this regard. I would like to thank Radi Khabirov, the head of the region, for paying so much attention to tourism, and today's meeting of the trustee board for Geopark and that this day is separately devoted for tourism during the business week. I would like to thank the governor and you, Prime Minister, and the head of the region for what you're doing for the Russian hospitality industry, because many people observe your region and take it as a model, and it's good. It's important to learn from each other. You've just mentioned the competition. I'll start with this competition. Back in the days, the hospitality industry has made a competition, Masters of Hospitality, together with the Russia, Country of Opportunities. And together we managed to make a competition for the people who are employed in hospitality. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're serving or managing the hospitality, you can participate. And in brief, from 22,000 of participants, 3,500 were from Bashkortostan. It's a great result. Means 15% of the participants were from Bashkortostan. And as a result, there were a lot of finalists and projects which and the number of participants from the region means that hospitality is being cared about very actively, on a high level and systematically. I just want to expand on that a bit. They develop tourism in different capacities in the region. There are histories, samples, when you can make some fast steps. You founded something, and in half a year you founded something else. But there are some regions which develop hospitality systematically, and Bashkortostan, in this respect, is a good practice of the recent years. When they develop a team which is involved in hospitality development, and good managers emerge, which manage hospitality not temporarily but permanently. When you make up a strategy and you make up events to communicate about the different facilities of hospitality, the systematic approach will bring fruit. The 2 million tourists who visited the region this year is not a limit, given that the domestic tourism is becoming popular, given that there are prominent actions by Russian tourism, and the flow into the region will increase by approximately 30% a year in the next 2-3 years. And I think that having 3 million tourists in 2023 is very achievable here. It is correct that the domestic tourism is developed interregionally. Many regions want to bring tourists from Moscow and St. Petersburg to their region, but they forget that around them there are other regions. For example, in the Volga region, we have 20 million people living, even more than 20 million people, and having this potential of interregional tourism, they somehow start avoiding it. They want to bring tourists from the capitals, but for the 20 million people living in the neighboring region, you can make a good tourist traffic, family traffic, school traffic,
Елена, вот с точки зрения кэшбэка, коротких путешествий, их стало больше. Вот это такая межрегиональная история, когда ты с соседним заехал.
It's a good story when you come for a day or two from a neighboring region, you spend a great holiday, and then go back home.
Мне очень понравилась история с геопарком.
I like the Yangantao Geopark story. It's a great story not just for the region but for the entire country, and it's something that we should disseminate. And our next step, together with the region, our common goal, our shared goal, because we're one team, is to ensure that the region, that Bashkortostan, but also other regions, should be made famous, popular around the country. So we need to do a lot in the next 2-3 years to promote Ufa and Bashkortostan, so that people know about it in schools, so that active travelers knew about it. We need to rediscover Bashkortostan for them, and we will do a lot in this respect, from social networking, which Graham had mentioned, to systematic approach through cinemas, videos, books, schools. This is a systematic approach which will need to be built for this to become an incentive for the region. To finalize, I would like to say that given that domestic tourism is growing, it's important to find 3 major directions: infrastructural development, and that's what we're doing now, and the national project is devoted to that. Then staff, one of the most important elements, and we know that few regions have best practices in this respect. And third is the promotion of regions within the country. I don't mean tourist potential entirely. It's important that our citizens understand that Yamal is only 2 hours away. It's not so far away. Bashkiria is a big region, and you can actually fly from one spot to another spot within the region. We need to understand that the school kids should ask their parents to visit different regions of our country.
Спасибо большое. Грант, если можно, прям совсем коротко, я знаю, что
just very briefly, Grant, I know that as a president of your institution,
что самое главное, за повышение качества сервиса и развитие индустрии гостеприимства. Может быть, есть какие-то города, которые можно отметить, которые, может быть, наиболее гостеприимные, где, может быть, наиболее высокий уровень сервиса. И пусть это будет, может быть, небольшим таким рейтингом, чтобы другие регионы подтягивались к этому уровню, а те, кто сейчас в топе, они не сдавали позиции.
That's a very provocative and a good question, but this is my answer. Last month, I was in 5 regions, and hearty hospitality is something that we do have. The legendary hospitality is everywhere. In Udmurtia, in Yamal, in Bashkiria, in Tatarstan, in St. Petersburg. And despite the different quality of service and infrastructure, everywhere there is a similar level of very hearty hospitality. Many regions believe that they are not touristic because they don't think about the interregional tourism. We have discussed today that any region, any citizens in every regions are ready to visit neighboring regions. Grant Avashan, the NUHI president, thank you.
Now I would like to give the floor to the Vice President of the Tourism Industry Agency. I know that you, Mr. Saulenko, has prepared a presentation about technologies that facilitate tourism. Yeah, thank you. Once again, good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear members of the session. Today, we've talked a lot about the touristic product, about development in Russia, and we often say safe. The recent events show that safety is a complex notion. We are talking about the safety of life and health, about safety of finance and information. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this sphere is not sitting still. As back as in 2012, the resolution of the government issued a law 132, and this law created an agency that provides safety for tourists. And there are two funds of this institution. During one of the sessions about tour operating, all the participants claimed that our tourists today are subject of a dispute, and we were disputing whether we should call ourselves tour agents or tour operators, and everyone paid attention to the fact that recently our tourists got a little bit indulged, and they would like to spend as less time as possible in order to solve their issues that arise when they are getting ready for the trip. And for goodness sake, they don't want to have any troubles during the trip. When in March and April 2020 we faced this pandemic, we were answering the hotline, and we had an agency that answered the calls, about 5,000 calls a day, and they answered pretty much the same thing. Tourists were not informed about the situation, and they didn't know what to do. The regular tourists understood that they should refer to their tour guides, but if we had independent tourists that didn't apply to any companies, it was much more difficult to deal with. Not all the tour agencies kept in touch with their clients, and we used IT innovations. We used our own tools of Russian origin, and we know that any software is a complicated thing, and you can find the components you need to comprise it. So we used this tool of the Russian origin, and I would like you to familiarize with this product. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that it is simple and user-friendly. It is sort of primitive. Anyway, according to what I said before, for tourism, for tourists, it is important to have as few buttons as possible. So you push just one button and get a lot of results. So this is how the land page looks like. We see 5 buttons, but as long as we develop this application, we will get another button, so the upper button will be divided in 2. We would like to provide this application to our tourists, and we want to provide them with the right of a free call. We hope that by summer 2021, such an application will get this function. Here you can see what you can do. You can push just one button to solve a lot of your issues. So it is an effective assistant, and it is something that always follows the tourist, because the tourist's mobile phone is always by their hand. The key moment is that you can use this assistant in a certain situation. And since it is simple, at the same time it provides a lot of opportunities. It can define your location, it can issue the form for evacuation, it can contact an emergency person, you can get a free call to the association, and all these multiple functions are provided thanks to these 5 buttons. We know that the regulation and the procedure for emergency situations, re-indemnifications and so on have been foreseen by the legal bills. And the order and procedures have been illustrated in the app. So the tourist should only push the button and inform about themselves. There is a button called Tour Barometer. It is an indicator that shows what is going on in this or that country or region. Today, this program involves about 30 foreign offices in the Russian Federation. These are the leading destinations, the most popular destinations among Russian tourists. And weekly, they publish the latest news and the latest regulations that have to be observed if you want to go to that destination. It is a vital information because we have sometimes a contradicting information. For example, yesterday, when one document given by the Russian aviation was commented in 3 different ways. One said it's allowed, one said it might be allowed, and the last said it's not allowed. And according to these applications and the information in it, the tourist will experience less complicated decisions. And we will not confuse our customers. We got another function, this is push notification. And us and the Russian Tourist Agency allowed us to facilitate the re-indemnification program. So every person, according to their local time, gets a notification that they can indemnify or get their expenditures indemnified. So I guess the news that indemnification program was popular is somehow provided by our application. Often we use such a term as an electronic trip. And a lot of people are for this system. Today, we aim at automation of an application submission when a tourist needs help. So if we assign a code to each electronic trip, it will be enough just to install an app that would read this code. An associated questionnaire form will be filled in on behalf of the tourists. So we aim at automation. We adopt new innovative technologies. We want to simplify and speed up the provision of help to tourists. And I hope we will manage to do it. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a useful tool, and those citizens who face problems abroad, they face difficulties in reporting about the emergency. So I think that every hotel can provide Wi-Fi, and the person can report through the app, and it is a good idea. Regarding Russia, I know that soon it will be 33 years as you have been working in tourism. Is there any region you haven't been yet?
Of course, there are a lot of such regions in Russia. At least 3 points or spots. I've selected 3 spots for myself. In Russia, we have 2 global significance. Every continent has 4 directions, 4 points. 2 of them, two parts, are in Russia. That is the northern of the Eurasian and southern Eurasian points. I have been to the other 2 points, but I haven't in these ones. But there is one more direction here, but the big Volga program will allow to implement this, to make a water cruise across the Volga. So far, it's impossible in the pandemic, but I hope that in the observable future, it will be possible. I'm sure that the cashback program will be started and continued. I hope that there will be other steps, and maybe this program will allow you making this cruise. Vice President of Tour Industry, Alexander.
И сейчас я хочу передать слово директору департамента регионального развития Всероссийской общественно-организации Русское географическое общество
Russian Geographic Society Authority,
Сергей Карлыханов. Соответственно, тоже немного слов просим от вас услышать. Я знаю, что вы нам
hear a couple of words from you about the knowledge and cultural tourism, and in the different regions of our country we can see different things. What's your advice? Hello, dear friends. I'm happy to be in a large event like this in my region where I lived for a long time. I was born here, lived and worked here, and I know the region quite well, and I can give the examples of other regions, compare it with the regional experience. With what we have told today, it's not about beach tourism, it's cultural and knowledge tourism, and it holds a large segment of Russian domestic tourism. And we should say that the pandemic proved that this segment is going to develop. It's the most stable to crisis, most resistant to crisis. It's contemporary. The art facilities, tourist spaces are technology-filled, technology-packed. Museums stopped being boring. People, when they couldn't leave their region and country, but all the aggregators showed that people were interested in these virtual spaces that were ready for it. We've discussed the International Award, World Travel Awards, and we also follow the internationally recognized facilities, and I made a list. The Irish Museum of Immigration, it's the best tourist attraction in Europe, second year in a row, but it's an example that they combine technology and space, where the user can see it online and offline, choose their own route. This museum works since 2016. Of course, there are Russian examples. Golubina in Arkhangelsk, when within just several years, this complex develops the entire region. In one of the few northern regions of Arkhangelsk, with a very difficult economic situation, they have business tourism, cultural knowledge tourism. A successful site it is, well known in Russia. They are partners to Russian Geographic Society. We help them to develop. I'd like to note there is a unique facility in Karelia, a mountain park. It's 15 years old. In 2005, it was visited by 4,000 people only. And this year, they increased the number. Since 2017, they increased the flow who are interested in the mining history. It's a great complex which has 400,000 tourists a year. And it's a city which is just 15,000 people. Naturally, the federal funds have funded a great road. A good train was established by the railway companies. There is a retro train, and this is happening in our region, and it's a real-time thing. It's happening now. Naturally, it can't happen without promotion, without marketing solutions, which Russian tourism is involved in, Russian Geographic Society is involved in, and NUHI. We've discussed the short videos which are promoted in the internet. Russian Geographic Society has a Best Guide of Russia competition, and the citizens of specific, the local people make 2-minute videos about their places, and they are best ambassadors of their regions. We can select these best videos and use them to promote the territories. In Zaryadye Park in Moscow, there is a VR video. It's something that our experts have done. And this project is so interesting that it's highly demanded. We told about the most popular regions: Crimea, Kamchatka, Russian North, Volga Delta. But I think that we are in a great region, Bashkortostan, and probably such technologies can be used through local resources as well, and they can be used to promote Bashkortostan in a new VR, through the new VR technology. We can also mention the potential of spilier tourism, cave tourism in Bashkortostan. It's underdeveloped. Our institution has an office for Askynskaya Ice Cave. It's a unique cave and we're building a tourist infrastructure around it.
Конечно, мы даже, может быть, нет смысла сейчас упоминать известную в мире во всем мире.
We know, of course, the world-famous Kapova Cave. They already have a road there and an infrastructure there, but I double-checked my data when I was preparing this material, that there are over 700 caves here, and this cave tourism around the world is a great growth point, and maybe together in this region we can establish cave routes. And Russian tourism and Russian Geographic Society will support it. Dear friends, we've already said that today we support cultural and knowledge tourism. We support cave tourism. We're open for cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Karlakhanov. You've mentioned that museums stop being boring. It's really true. We have new technologies. We have quest technologies. I've seen in Udmurtia how it was implemented. Recently, I have seen that in Sergiev Posad. Of course, it's becoming interesting because these tours stop being boring, allow exploring it, and people are interested to go through a quest to learn more about the historical facts. Thank you very much. The Director for Regional Development of the Russian Geographical Society, Karlakhanov Sergei, thank you very much for participation. And now, to finish our plenary session, I would like to give floor to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Andrei Nazarov. Please sum up our discussion today.
Спасибо, Денис Сергеевич. Уважаемые коллеги, хотел поблагодарить наших участников за то, что приехали.
Thank you for coming. Every visit like this is important. In previous years, it was okay to go from forum to forum. Today, if you visit offline today, it means that it's a very important visit because there is a risk of getting contracted. And of course, we value that big people come from London, from Dubai, from Moscow. So I would like to thank you, buddies, for being able to come. I'm glad that you are paying so much attention to us. Thanks to Graham Cook, who's come not from England, but from Dubai. He exchanged the warm climate to climate. He confirmed that the warmth is not always better than the cold. And for many people, it's a reason to think. And I checked data for Bashkortostan. First of all, we accept this criticism that Bashkortostan is not as famous as it could be. In this respect, Bashkortostan is undervalued, and it's our fault. We will try to fix it. But already today, Bashkortostan is one of the top 10 in popularity among tourists. It's about domestic tourism and international tourists. It's 10th most popular site. Mountain resorts here are top 3 in Russia. It's a pretty high result. Besides, we have 2 ski resorts in the south of Bashkortostan, but we are creating a major round-the-year ski resort, Mratkino. And I'm pretty sure that it's going to boost the popularity and the number of tourists in this region who value ski resorts and ski sport, especially professional skiers who know what Muratkina is. New Year holidays are 6th popular in Russia. In terms of wellness tourism, Bashkortostan is ranked 5th. Last year we had 2,700,000 tourists. For the infrastructure that we have, it's quite a lot, because it's not only about attracting tourism, but also about the services, the quality of the services we can render them, and what economic feedback we can enjoy, and there's continue working on that. We analyze who comes to us. Number one visitors is Moscow and Moscow region. Second most popular source of tourists is Tatarstan people of Tatarstan, a neighboring region. They want to see the tourism. They want to see a territory which is larger and more beautiful. Number 3 is Orenburg and other neighboring regions. There are very few international people, though, only 100,000 people in 2019. It's a very humble figure, and we'll work on that. But before that, I just wanted to say that why people come. 30% of the visitors come to visit relatives. 28% businessmen. 18% to health, for recreation and for medical reasons, and only 12% who come for tours. Something we should improve as well. Based on that, we have 2 directions to improve. That is to increase the touring potential so that the tourists could come for tours and share it with their friends, because we have a few things to see, but it's not well valued so far. And also we need to increase the number of international tourists. When we compare with Dubai, we have 1 million in Ufa and 2.2 million in 2.5 million people. In Ufa we have 1 5-star, and in Dubai we have 145 5-star hotels. It means that we should have at least 65-star hotel for tourists, but in order to fill 65-star hotels, 100 rooms each, we will need 6,000 people who can afford in a 5-star hotel. Most of them are international students. So among the 100,000 people who come to Bashkortostan, there should be at least 6,000 rich tourists. And to finish up, when we mention Austria or Greece, they are famous people where people like to go to for tourists. They are smaller than Bashkortostan, for example. Switzerland is very similar to Bashkortostan. I drove across Switzerland. It's not just
Башкортостан, вторая Швейцария.
It's not just a motto that
потому что Швейцария в 3 раза меньше, чем Башкортостан. И в этой связи
Switzerland is only a third of Bashkortostan, and if you choose Bashkortostan over Switzerland, you have 3 times more opportunities for tourism here. We signed a roadmap with Qatar. Qatar is 5 times smaller than Bashkortostan. That's why I understand my partners from Qatar, why they decide to cooperate with Bashkortostan. Belgium is 4 times smaller than Bashkortostan. I've made a list. And I think that a quarter of countries in the world are smaller than Bashkortostan. Just look how many opportunities tourists may have in Bashkortostan. Give us 5 years and you will not recognize Bashkortostan. It's going to be your favorite recreational tourist destination. Thank you.
Dear friends, this is it with our plenary session. I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers. Thank you, dear colleagues. I wish you a good day and a successful work at the forum. I hope that if we get together with the Russian Tourism Agency and NHUI and other institutions that facilitate business, we will be able to get positive results and bring the tourism in Russia to the new level. Thank you very much.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. День первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы своих тибетейкой.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Радик Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен. Мода без границ. Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый. Обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
С поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау.
Distinguished participants of the forum and our viewers of the International Business Week held in Ufa, the capital of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Congress Hall, Taratau, today. The program is devoted to tourism and the challenges faced by the entrepreneurs in the sphere of hospitality industry. We're going on continuing our series of interviews. Today we'll also talk with Dmitry Ivanov, the senior coach of Ufimets Basketball Club. You're one of the partners of our forum. I would like also to talk about you. If we'll take into consideration basketball, which features are mostly raised, are mostly occur in a person due to sports. I know that a lot of entrepreneurs are also involved into sports activity, and what could they really get from it? A lot of questions, and of course, I believe that sports influences on the behavior of person and also its personality. Starting from the childhood, it's the competitive atmosphere, because a lot of children are involved into sports, and if you'd like to enter the professionals team, you need to cover quite a big distance and also make your personal image, face a lot of challenges. Of course, I feel that it's all about the discipline and self-discipline with the peers, and the responsibility of making decisions. Of course, all that players who are involved into professional teams, they're leaders, and you need self-development each day to stay active. And of course, it is essential to know how to work in team, because the task of the team and the goal of the team is to act in the common interests of the team too. And of course, you should take responsibility, be quick in decision making. As for sports, how important is it to learn how to work in team? Is it working well, or could we say that it is a positive moment and advantage? Or we have already seen that sometimes there are some players who try to take the responsibility for themselves. Is it a good choice or not? Sometimes, of course, I agree that leaders should take some responsibility, but they should act in the interest of the team too. There is a contradiction of some personal type, but still you're working in a team. It's so close to each other. If we'll make a projection to the business, if you have a player who tries to take all the responsibility on himself, how should we reorganize this person in order to make him work for the whole team, not for him personally? Give an example from sports, please. It's just the hard work of a coach. We should understand that there is no way to push at him to apply that much pressure. I know that sometimes it's not that easy. Then there are several players who would like to be leaders. So you should build the work in that way they would follow the common target. To sum up the conversation, you are the person from sports, and now you're holding the position of senior coach. What sport brought to your life? So today, the day is dedicated to tourism, and of course, I would tell that it's an opportunity to travel around Russia, to see the cities, and to see from the inner side how the city is operating, the city is living. There is an opportunity to visit not just city but have excursions, and also to go abroad and see the life of people in other countries, how they train and their lifestyle, to get acquainted with their lifestyle. The professional sport gave me this opportunity to see everything with my personal from my personal side, and also to create my own vision. I could also provide an example. When we were in Sakhalin, of course, no way I would go there by myself in other case, and that's why it's so joyful that we are traveling around the world. So, well done, sport, and also an exclamation mark. Yes, 3 exclamation marks. It's great. And now we had an interview with Dmitry Ivanov, the senior coach of Ufimets basketball club. Now we go back to our program. There would also be several sections which are dedicated to tourism, such as developing all year round tourism in regions of Russia, tourism of the future and the future of tourism, transport, accessibility of touristic destinations. So we Distinguished participants and viewers of International Business Week. Today we have the third day, and all the speakers and participants are involved into discussion of tourism industry and the ways of its development in our country. So now we'll have a short interview with Olga Filipenkova, the Director on Strategic Development of the Resort Krasnaya Polyana. Olga, today we'll also have you have already participated in a lot of sessions, and now you'll also be involved into the session on business tourism. Due to COVID pandemic, could you truly say that the business tourism has already died or has already flopped? I could say that it's transformed. We see quite a big volume right now. For 4 months, we have more than 150 events, hybrid events, both online and offline. That's why we also provide the maximum of opportunities to use all the digital supplies, all the digital opportunities to hold online events too. What about the new format? Could you say that it's an attractive area for the tourism industry, just because the amount of guests declines, and maybe right now you have other ways how to attract people to the new areas? I could say it's one of the directions of new trends, just because a lot of people come here to stay in a resort for remote working, because some of the companies also pay for rooms, and our guests stay with families and also hold their remote work too. So we could combine different formats, and the time says what to do and which offers should we provide. For 4 and 5 or 5 months we saw of operation, we saw that there are some companies which understand that it is a social responsibility. That's why they also create and provide their workers with special conditions for their work, so they send them to the resorts. So it's a mix. So we could create some special programs for each company, so that enterprises which are involved into tourism. What about this mixture? How do people work in a resort? Because the rooms of hotels are not quite convenient for both work and the whole family which stays nearby. Maybe there should be some co-working centers, co-working places and spaces. Of course, in each hotel there is a Congress Center, also some special spaces, and we transformed them into the areas where you could operate and where you could work remotely. You could spend at least 1 hour or 2 alone and without your family while working. Of course, sometimes we have companies which come we could say in full amount of people, but right now they also have an opportunity for the individual work. So if you wish something, if you need something, we could create the conditions you need. So thank you a lot for our short interview. So it was Olga Filipenkova, the Director on Strategic Development of the Resort Krasnaya Polyana. And the rest of the viewers and participants online and offline, please stay with us. It would be very interesting. participants of the forum and also viewers of International Business Week. Today we have the third day, which is devoted to tourism industry, and now we'll talk with Alexei Volkov, the Vice President of the All-National Union of Tourism Industry and Hospitality Industry. I would like to hear about your estimates. What about the hospitality industry, if it suffered that much due to pandemic? Oh, we have seen each other not long ago. It was on the semi-festival of the Masters in Hospitality Industry, one of the greatest platforms, which involves 26 projects, and there were the biggest amount of participants were from Bashkortostan. And now we're talking about tourism, and I could say that we have a lot of top world speakers and the government of the Republic. When we presented to the government of the Republic our offer to hold a tourism section, they supported it in the best way. As for suffering, as for the casualties which were faced by the tourism industry, of course, I could say that it suffered a lot, but still, even after closing of a big amount of places connected with hospitality industry, I do hope that they will have their rebirth. The most difficult situations are among hotels, and I could say that it was a great challenge provided by post-COVID situation. And I could say that the issue is that the tourism industry is one of the key agendas which should be developed on the territory of Russian Federation. The reason is that due to pandemic, of course, a great amount of people involved into this sphere also lost their job. Right now, after August of this year, we hold a kind of operation which we mostly name as cashback operation 2.0. It's a new form of creating the demand and also grant support, which will create a future for this, for digitalization of this sphere. Yes, of course, we have lost a lot of money, sometimes employers, but the field is also transformed. We also right now come closer to the digitalization, to the placement in internet. Each crisis is a great opportunity. You've mentioned that Bashkortostan has a great potential. Please give some tips how to implement it, how to unleash it. First of all, I think that Bashkortostan should be told about. It's quite a big region which has a great potential, and we should talk about this, not to the Prime Minister and the working team, but also to the public companies and business societies. We should proclaim that Bashkortostan has these opportunities, and also in professional fields and professional and business circles. The second thing is to create the opportunities for entrepreneurship and investments. And here in Bashkortostan, it's real, and it is implemented right now. Due to Radi Khabirov's company and team, I could say that the Republic of Bashkortostan entered the top rank list of the regions which could implement this and could become the leader in the sphere of tourism. And the third thing is consolidation of all the efforts in order to make the hospitality industry of the Republic of Bashkortostan also abroad. and to make it open for foreigners, for foreign investments too, just because the tourist flow would make also by other people, because they should see, they should understand, they should feel and taste, and then tell about it to other people. Radi Khabirov mentioned that it would become special in 5 years, and I hope it would really be implemented. I would like to mention once again that now we talked with Alexei Volkov, and I also would like to mention that in some minutes we will have our sessions in all.
Мы на Международной неделе бизнеса 2020 в центре Уфы в Конгресс-холле Таратау. день первый. Что сегодня интересного, узнаем прямо сейчас. Идем. Программа «Неделя бизнеса» насыщенная. Здесь сразу несколько площадок. У вас сегодня кто в гостях?
У нас сегодня множество спикеров. Итальянцы, немцы.
Познакомишь?
Обязательно, еще бы, но только после.
Есть место любимое в Уфе?
Конечно, это нефтеперерабатывающие заводы.
А как вам башкирские красавицы?
Башкирские красавицы просто неотразимы в своих TBT.
Проверяем, насколько мы все дисциплинированы. Женщина в красном пиджаке.
Анонсировал Рафик Хабиров, глава республики, третий пакет мер господдержки, на котором правительство работает. В следующий год малый и средний бизнес Башкортостана войдет уверенно, поэтому вот всех поздравляю с началом работы Международной недели.
Официальная часть подошла к концу. Сейчас мы перемещаемся плавно на показ от Космополитен. Мода без границ. Идем посмотрим. Второй день Международной недели бизнеса 2020 обещает быть не менее насыщенным, чем первый. Сегодня он оранжевый, обо всем по порядку далее. Поехали!
Довольно-таки непростое время. Очень приятно видеть предпринимателей, которые добиваются успехов. А за ними наше будущее нашей экономики.
Хорошо и отлично в Башкирии и с инвестициями, и с поддержкой бизнеса.
Потому что именно такие мероприятия, они формируют бизнес-среду.
Он очень рад находиться здесь, в Башкирии. Он очень благодарит за теплый прием.
Первый раз в Уфе вообще. Как климат? Холодно же?
Первый раз приехали. Не так сказать, что прям холодно, но люди теплые, горячие.
Во-первых, конечно, отрадно, что в Республике Башкортостан проходит такой крупный форум. Сегодня не секрет, что женщины играют все более активную роль. У нас, женщин, как я это вижу, и в бизнесе, и в политике стоит именно такая задача.
Мы с поставленными перед нами задачами на сегодня справились в полном объеме. Что, впереди день третий. До завтра в Конгресс-холле Таратау.
With my own speech, and then we will give the floor to the other speaker. So please show my presentation. It's called Global Trends and the Influence to the Future of the Tourism. I would like to start with the fact that no matter where we work and what strategy we're developing, strategy is always the story of the future. We can't rely on research or different analysis, because all the types of analysis are also called the death analysis. That's about what already existed, and we need to develop some methods of the work in the future, and one of them is methodology of foresight, and according to that methodology, everything that is happening in the future should rely on some future trends, and everything should be supported with trends, any project or anything else. If they are opposite to the nowadays trends, nothing will actually happen, and all those trends are according to the system where we are, and they don't depend on our will and everything that we can do to try and see those trends and apply them according to our interests. And if those trends contradict with our interests, we should find some new solutions to do our business, notwithstanding those negative trends. So the future is after those trends, and that's why any strategy is based on the trends, and it's very important to start them. So let's have a look how the future of tourism, what the future of the tourism may depend on. So have a look at this slide, why a fashion of nowadays differs from the future of Ludovic XIV, because, for example, there were different designers or tailors in the past, and they created one type of clothes or armor, and nowadays new designers have been born, and they've got different approach and vision. So that's a very that's just a very hackneyed approach, and we need to look deeper in the things that surround us. And fashion, for example, differs because of some trends, and surely fashion has got its trends, as in business or tourism, and it also changes according to external trends, not those that are within fashion itself. And you can see D'Artagnan and Dutch, and they've got different fashion. For example, hat with that kind of hat, and that's they put on such hats because in that century a lot of litter was poured out of the windows on the streets, and people needed those hats, flat-lay hats, to protect themselves from that rubbish and litter that was poured out from the windows. And it's really important to see those processes and what influences everything. So let's think how it might be applied to tourism. I would like to start with the minor case that we used in British Graduate School of Design, which had in 2019 we built that museum, and it's going to exist up to 2024, and we had a goal how to increase the touristic flow from that year up to 2024, and we had to understand what the museum is, and so we realized that it's part of a culture, and there will be some trends that would influence that. And another trend that influences the museum is tourism. So, for example, if Chinese people or some other people attend that, we've got to make some exhibition in that language. And also that social environment, people can meet in the museum and have some even business meeting or something like that, or have a cup of coffee. And all these trends helped us to develop the strategy of Pushkin Museum. So tourism, I've got a hypothesis that 4 different types influence the development of tourism, that the way of life, how we work, and what recreational activities we've got. And the next trend is transportation and logistics, because any tourism uses some transportation to get to a certain location. And also, there is no abstract tourism. There are different types of tourism, reconstructional, recreational, or any other discovery tourism, etc. So tourism has got different special directions and branches with their trends that might influence those special types of tourism. So sports trends, what kind of sports became popular and stopped being popular, etc. Everything influences tourism. And also the next branch is marketing of a territory, because a touristic flow depends on the touristic brand, how touristic brand, the amount of its attractiveness, and it will influence that tourism as well. So let me show you my conclusions. Trends in the lifestyle of people. So one of the most important trends is online work. After COVID-19 pandemic, some companies started working online, even for good, as Twitter or Facebook, and some companies let people stay at home, and people realized that they can work remotely from different places all over the world, and they realized that they can work from different houses, different homes, even from touristic homes. And we should think for those people, for workers from, for example, Moscow or St. Petersburg, would relocate to Ufa for several months. And if it's possible to do, what month would you suggest to those people to come here and work in the company? So that's a different type of tourism, to work as a local citizen for several months, and they will be input in the local economics anyway. And those destination touristic operators that develop different protocols, security protocols and safety protocols from COVID. And I have some colleagues, Timothy and others, who develop different Norwegian protocols, security protocols, safety protocols, and they develop how food is prepared for tourists, what kind of services are provided in hotels, etc. So it's really important. And, for example, it's important that my family or any other tourist would realize that such protocols exist, and that will make any place really attractive. And talking about the increase of payments, types of payments, and now we've got online payment, non-cash payment, and it's been rising since 2019. And it's great that in some places to pay with the bank cards, but in some places it's just impossible to use even your mobile phone in Altai region, for example. And if you throw your phone up, you will get the internet connection and will be able to send at least a message. And you've got to take some cash there, and it's really inconvenient nowadays. Also, the increase of the amount of time that people spend on the internet digital environment. So tourists used to spend about 2 or 3 hours only online, but nowadays tourists want to be online all the time and post some photos or upload some posts, etc. And there is also a global trend of the possession of impressions. If you can imagine nowadays the pictures of our parents' living rooms that had very ancient, old-fashionable design of their living rooms, and nowadays people don't really need anything, and they just buy something from IKEA or something else. They don't want to buy some things, they pressure, they value photographs or something else. So traditional souvenirs are not attractive any longer. Photos and impressions are more important nowadays. And we shouldn't forget about tourism in tourism. And one of the most important trends, as Graham Cook said, is the limitation of tourists in about 42%. From 200 billion to 125 billion of tourists only. And talking about the destination of tourism, we talk about accommodation, collective accommodation, or touristic operator. For example, Chinese tourist is the most attractive tourist, and they travel a lot. A lot of Chinese people travel throughout the whole year, and every year it becomes just so alone Chinese tourists, the amount of Chinese people who travel alone without some groups, traveling groups, increases every time in 5%, and they don't have to think whether they come to a particular place in Ufa or Azor Island. We can use just our phones to Google something, for example, watch something online and go somewhere. And we're interested in whether if we come to Ufa, we find some places and go somewhere. For example, if I come here, and Ray told me if I come somewhere with my kids, where I can go with my children, and if I come alone, where I can go alone myself without my family. And I would just have to work with tour operator and overpay, so that's not really great. And now there are some micro providers, not touristic operators, something like that. They're just people that can show you the place, the location. And I'm a specialist of marketing, and I have been consulting different places for a long time, and I have been to 120 cities in Russia, and I've traveled to about 40 countries in the world, and I've been to Baikal, and I consulted different touristic operators, and my friend suggested me to create that kind of tour. I said, why should I do that? You can go somewhere yourself. But finally, I have created that tour. It's called marketing tour. I take my friends to different directions. For example, Evgeny Fazlev takes his friends to Bali to do some yoga there. And now he's created a website. Sergey Dolly has created his website, and they go to photo safari somewhere. So that's really interesting, important. And, or for example, live in a host family or attending different events or cooking events is really important. That's not just short-time tourism, but a long-term tourism. My family and I have been to Seychelles several times, and I've got and I know a Veronica native speaker who can teach us different things and provide us different opportunities that a touristic operator can provide. And what else can I say? The increase of touristic transportation and logistics, and you all know what direction can be opened very soon, or the increase of special transportation. For example, some people can use some scooters or segways, and it's great to rent that type of transportation and drive around Ufa instead of walking on foot. And also, car transportation, car tourism is going to develop because it's safer to stay in that capsule of a car and not stay in the public transportation. Also, some water or different types of transportation is going to be really popular. And I always try to balance between different types of transportation, because all of those types let us see the same location from different scope perspectives. And there are some there are some tools on when you ride a horse or you use some water transportation or something else. And for example, we traveled Arctics, and they didn't want to use some kind of snow transportation, and they want to go to sauna or something like that and do something else. So it's really important to have various types of transportation in one tour. Also, hiking is really important when tourists can travel on foot. For example, in Portugal, it's great to go to travel a trekking route, and I had to go there myself. I wanted to go there myself to Corsica, but had to cancel that. So it's great. There's an opportunity to take pictures themselves somewhere, and they can walk for a week everywhere, and they will have to stay with you, and that's great. So create more trekking tours. Graham Cook told us about different global trends, and I will tell you that all the communications are algorithms, and you've got to think not with different logos or banners or some visual things. You've got to think with bases of information and photographs, as Tennessee State did themselves. So they asked different native citizens to film themselves and to show all the different types of interests, what they do, and they film themselves, and one video was combined out of all those short videos, and every person had an opportunity to see themselves and see the interests of those people. So think about your companies, your advertising companies, and all those algorithms. Getting the citizens get older and older, and you should think whether you are ready to accept elderly generation or not, or maybe you want to work only with the youth, and you should understand that all your algorithms are based on different types of age, and millennials are the richest people right now. There's been a research conducted, and people who were born between 1985 to 1995 are the richest people right now, and so millennials are the richest people, and they make more money than we. Liberalization, the decrease of the amount of people, and there's like Airbnb or any locators, you understand that those mediators just should be decreased, because as you can understand, your money go to some different places, and you understand that that aggregator can join you, connect you, and you understand that some other people, not you, will receive those money.
Большая угроза того, что ваши бюджеты будут не досчитываться от денежек. Вот. И хотел бы сказать в завершение о маркетинге и брендинге.
And I also wanted to say about marketing and branding of the territory. You know that we're working closely. We have been working on that issue for a long time, and the approach is really happening. And it seems as some people just copy some visual success of brands, and that's only the top of an iceberg, and not everything. There is nothing inside that brand. Why do we need to come here? What is our strategy? Who do we want to attract? And I would like to tell you to work deeper. And as in big sport, the winner gets everything. So as you remember, Carl Lewis or Ben Jones or St. Bolt, the winners in the running competition, and no one remembers who took second or third place, and they only fell behind in 1 second, and no one needs them already.
You have to be the best, at least in some specific narrow area, maybe in restructuring. Also, rather than being in the top of 20, we tourists don't need people to be in the top category. To be in the batch of 5 best ones is good enough. It's like you are doing the search in Yandex. So, if you are not in the first page of the Yandex system, then you are lagging behind. Therefore, in tourism, you have to. You don't have to. We have to develop specific kinds of tourism and try to be best in this tourism we're taking. We have to know what category to attract if we want to be successful. So, if a person from Moscow, St. Petersburg comes, so the infrastructure should be accessible and available to the visitors. And products like kinds of fishes that are available locally, how to attract the students. So we have to know what kind of tourism can attract potential visitors and travelers. So the way we feel about some specific comfortable places doesn't mean that the tourists will like this particular place. And so I would like to remind the quote from Brucker: we cannot manage any development and process if we don't know what is happening. So we should not be interested in the number of tourists. The Swiss Agency of Tourism showed that the tourist official is thinking in terms of the interest of tourists. So how many nights a traveler, visitor spends is an indication how popular your tourist spot is. Also, how people are aware of your tourist spots. So the number of people, the more people are aware of your tourist spots, the better. So I would be honest here that very many tourist agencies show the wrong figure. They usually make it bigger. In reality, the figures are much smaller. So, of course, somebody has to be the first, therefore, let's forget about the number of how many tourists visit. In the Baikal area, they tend to register just a stray person who came for a cup of coffee, but the tourist agency included him into the statistics. That's about all I want to say. I'm not only carry out educational programs. There are various projects. We're working currently with the colleagues in Kazan. They're using our brand. Maybe you've seen this design here on the slide. The capital of the weekend. That's one of the projects. So we're seeing here the geography of the tourist routes, and if your colleagues have any questions, problems, please address them to us. We would be happy to offer our help. So you are seeing the symbol on the left-hand side, and you can always reach me through that with help. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give the floor to our next speaker. Vasily Auzan, the partner of Frontier. He is the economist. Vasily, are you hearing us?
Так, уважаемые коллеги, можем ли мы поговорить с Василием,
или
нам сейчас лучше...
Shall we wait for Vasily, or maybe we'll give the floor to someone else in the list?
Да, Василий, очень рады вас видеть.
Are you hearing me? Yeah, we are very pleased to hear you.
Да, спасибо, взаимно.
Thank you. Mutually.
У меня не очень хорошая связь, я боюсь.
My connection is not very good. Maybe I need to switch off the video.
Василий, попробуйте пока остаться с нами. Это все-таки так более атмосферно.
To be connected. It's good to feel you close. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for your interesting presentation. It's a very close and full program today. Therefore, I would go over directly to the presentation. I would like to speak about the consumer trends in tourism. I will show several slides based on our work for Moscow. And on the whole, our company works by and large at the connection of urban problems and consumerism and tourism. So what I'm going to tell maybe not exactly for all of us who are interested in tourism. Nevertheless, I try to base my observation on statistics by and large. We have seen the tourism in Moscow, and way back in 2019, it was a good process. Active.
Мне кажется, да.
Half of the tourists came from the Near abroad.
Я отключу видео тогда.
Да, Василий, спасибо.
I'll unplug video.
Да, значит, цифры по Москве, да,
The figures on Moscow.
в благополучном году.
So 2019 was successful. 19 million tourists from inner tourists, 2.5 million from the near abroad, and about 3 million from far abroad.
На этом слайде картина туризма. Мы видим
We're seeing here,
моложе 35 лет.
we're seeing young tourists, younger than 30 years old, participants on festivals. We were spending about 27,000 rubles.
Хьюстон, у нас, по-моему, проблемы.
It looks like we're having a problem here.
Да. Я хотел бы, пока у нас есть пауза, напомнить, что у нас
I would like to use the pause that after all presentations we'll have some time for discussion. Therefore, if you have any questions that you would like to address to any of the speakers, or you have some living urgent problem, so please, you're welcome to register for questions. We'll have about 20-30 minutes for discussion time in the end. I'm having already about 10 questions. There might be more. Yes, Vasily, we're hearing you.
Неважная, к сожалению.
Poor connection, I have to admit.
Василий делал большую работу для Москвы, я представляю проектный офис Комитета по туризму города Москвы. И, в принципе, всю свою, можно поставить мою презентацию, всю свою презентацию о Москве я делала, исходя из той аналитики и данных, которые нам предоставили коллеги и команда Василия Узанова. Василий, спасибо. Связь нас подвела сегодня. Я начну свою презентацию.
I apologize that the connection has failed us.
Мария Киселева, заместитель генерального
Мария Киселева,
по развитию туризма и гостеприимства города Москвы.
The Committee of Hospitality in Moscow.
Да, спасибо.
Thank you.
И добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
До конца года остается совсем немного времени.
We're having little time before the year is out, so it's good time to make conclusions about the area that is good and useful for us. It's hard to speak about any process, but we definitely can say that tourism and traveling are one of the major and desirable leisures and pastimes in the modern world. Personally, we have held various events and in various regions, and by and large in the online format. I personally had 2 travels, and one to Bashkortostan. In the past summer, I came here for the forum Urban Infrastructure, and now I'm back, and I'm very pleased to see the proactive position of the regional authorities here, the desire to advance the tourism, so we support that idea in all respects.
Говоря о текущем состоянии
Talking about the current situation, I would like to pay attention at the points of growth. Hopefully these will help to restore tourism. We base our observation on the Yandex index. The inner tourism has gone up 3 times over. So we consider that and are sure that the internal tourism is one factor to revive tourism. We also have observed, and Vasily wanted to talk, and Andrei pointed out that young people are very active and they're becoming in possession of money. Resources. These are people who are taking quick decisions, they're active, and they're not afraid to travel, even in the situation of restricted conditions. So we have now to consider some positive values in the tourism that tourist agencies can offer to tourists. They need to attract people, not only tourists from Russia and Moscow, but from abroad. We are working on this hypothesis, and we agree that educational tourism is very important. Thus, we have developed a methodology, and the theory which influence the tourism, and we believe tourism is a way to reach new developments and to broaden the horizons of the people. And now long-expected e-visa has become available, and it's very convenient. It's a major step forward and an easy way to tourist destinations. So we're hoping that the simplified approach to issuing e-visa will help to raise tourism trends by 40%. We're talking about the tourism of the future, and we're using all the trends. And of course, number one trend is sanitation, safety. So the tourist agents should have certificates, hygiene. Number two, personalization of tourist proposals. Group tourism changes into individual, independent tourism. And individual tourists want to experience all these conditions that are being offered. And digitalization is number three. Here is the trend which is important. And individual independent tourism can be successful when all these are available. Interesting trend is automobilization, where a car is not just a vehicle for moving, but a way to travel around the city, the tourist spot, but can enable tourists to visit several regions. So we are looking at some regional trends for this purpose. Volkswagen company and some others are designing special makes which will promote tourism. Regions are sensitive to these trends. Short travel routes are becoming popular. So having some tourist specific tourists, tourists may not take all of their holiday to spend in a particular tourist location, but they may spend part of it.
Такой тренд, что многие
One
туристы
other
уже
trend
сегодня
is
хотят выбирать даже туроператора или турагентство, которое часть своей прибыли может передавать в какие-то фонды, которые поддерживают экологию и
consuming strategy and the stable tourism trends. We're having a complex program to have stabilize the trend. Number 7 is cross-regional tourist proposals, where tourists can visit several regions during one travel, and we are in Moscow trying to offer cross-regional tourist possibilities so that tourists can have a large-scale impression. And of course, competitive environment is one other factor is important in this area. So those who would like to go for traveling abroad, we should consider offering such possibilities, and we should be in contact with institutions that design methodology how to work with high standards tourist infrastructure. All these global trends help us to see how to work best and effectively in that area. We should have other initiatives and projects oriented at the advancement of this area and to increase the tourist potential based on Moscow. Travel hub is one concept that can bring tourist players together where they can work on the same platform and they can organize meetings, participate in the creative sessions, meetings, and implement collaborative proposals. Moscow Accelerator, Travel Hub Accelerator, is also our mission in Moscow, where we can train tourist operators and develop a tourist product where to meet the demands of modern tourists and the factory of tourist products, where also the interests of tourists are taken into account. Digital products for tourists, we are having several of these, and of course our vanguard is Russian Pass. We have about 40 regions represented on this platform, and we're happy to say Bashkortostan takes a leading place. We're seeing Bashkortostan is a frequent visitor, and we're making sure that international students also can enjoy their travel, so that they can acquire tickets and can buy very good tourist products, and to visit some landmark events in Moscow and environs. Moscow with You is also a very good product. It can educate and serves as a navigator around Moscow, gets visitors acquainted with Discover Moscow, is our also leading portal. It's our market window, and it's a tourist shows and tells about some secret special interests. the lockdown has pushed us to develop online digital strategies for children. We have thus been able to see the potential for children, and we have developed methodology of educational tourism within the framework of which the kids can visit cultural places in Moscow, historic. Certainly, the lockdown has brought about dramatic changes, but we're implementing virtual online excursions, so we have been able to implement several digital camps where the children could make plans to visit Moscow once the restrictions are removed. Today we're talking about Moscow as the city of impressions, and I propose to watch an impressive video and to conclude. I would like to say that such formats and exchange of experiences are our major task. We need to go ahead looking ways to interconnect, to exchange, and I wish the Republic of Bashkortostan prosperity, development, and I thank all my colleagues for participation in our workshop and the session. Thank you very much indeed. And now let's watch the video.
Добро пожаловать в Москву. Спасибо за
Welcome
внимание.
to Moscow. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Мария.
Thank you, Maria.
Слово предоставляется
Now I
Раису
would like to give the floor to
Габитову,
Rais Gabirov, the Bashkir ambassador and founder of Digital Kurai project. First of all, it catches my attention just because when we're talking about Kurultai, it's something which provides the history, which is talking about history. And as for digital, it's something which presents some modern technologies. It's an oxymoron. Why am an ambassador of Bashkortostan? Once in my life I realized that I don't want to leave this place. I was born here and my family was born here too. And I enjoy staying here, especially when I just reach the top of the mountains and see the area around me. Something happens in my heart. It becomes bigger. As I don't want to leave, I realized that I would like to develop my republic the way I can and put all the efforts in order to make it joyful, not only for me, but also for the residents of it. So now I'll present some of my projects. They are right about this. It's the snapshot from Rome when I stayed in St. Peter's Square. There were a lot of tourists who came to me and decided to make photos with me too, because I had this hat. They were crying out loudly that I am a Tsar. And here I try to promote Bashkortostan in other countries too. Now I would like to present and to tell more about our projects. So digital Kurultai, of course, we have a combination of these two words, digital, and of course Kurultai, which is a summit.
I am working with a tour agency too, and I'm working with social media. And once we decided to make such a conference to consolidate all our colleagues and friends all around the world, the top speakers, the key speakers. So now Salvador is absent. He was also our co-founder, co-organizer. He was the director of Yektekul resort. We also worked in Banne. But to organize the conference, it's not only just to have a talk, but also we wanted to organize it on a resort, to make it active, to make it interesting, a lot of parties, a lot of sports competitions. I also talk about it in details further. So we had it for several days, and even if it was quite a small event for 200 people, but we had the best speakers from the whole Russia in the sphere of digital internet. Also, Razi Khabirov, the head of Bashkortostan, visited us. We also create trends for our republic. 2 years ago, when Razi Khabirov just became the head of our republic, among the governors, there was one of the most popular social personalities at that time. So, in a month or something, we were developing this project. We were visited by the Minister of Tourism from Kaliningrad, also Dim Bogdanov from Sochi. So you'll understand everything while watching. And of course, the ethnical part was the strongest one, the strongest line. Dima Rumyantsev also said that it is one of the greatest conferences on SMM. And of course, we have the best partners, best singers. Frankel, it's one of the best conferences in event industry. Also, Mount Ski Cup, National Symphony Orchestra. Thank you. So, the event gives a lot of feedback, a lot of publications, just because we also invite a lot of travel bloggers around Russia. Top ones, talking about the uniqueness. Those organizers who come to the conference, they say that it's one of the greatest conferences they saw in their life, just because it's a small one, not that global, but still the collaboration of the environment. I could say it's just a ski resort, but filled with people in mountains, and at the same time we hold a separate event, Samrao. Could I also just switch the slide? The festival is one of the legendary birds of the epos Ural-Batyr. It's just a small Bashkortostan, which looks like small Cappadocia. It is held at the end of January, because for the airflows, for this type of sport, they need low temperatures. So they even come from different countries because they have a unique opportunity to fly the Urals. That's why we provide the conditions like rooms, accommodation, food. It's a fantastic picture. Then they fly through Ufa and Ural on the air balloons, and you'll see everything in our video. So here they just fly around Urals. It is held annually. This year we had 10 balloons, and this time we had just shorter distance, but still we covered it. And here they fly around Ufa. It was 14 balloons. It was an incredible amount of publications and social media. We also sent some of them to Spanish, Arabian TV channels. There were a lot of publications, several thousand or million.
Оценили? Офигенно!
This publication was in TikTok, and it was seen by 200,000 of viewers. So, and in fact, we had a free promotion because the content was incredible and everyone was just sharing it. So people come here to fly around the Urals. And I could say that this event is not that expensive. We have support of the Ministry of Tourism. They are our partners. If there would be more opportunities and more such events, it would be incredible too. I have another project, and I could say it's the major project I have. It's the big South Ural path. Right now, having just healthy lifestyle, and I could say it's connected with Scandinavian jogging. One of the first lines in Switzerland, I could say it's trekking. It's a great trend right now to lead a healthy lifestyle, and this trend comes to us too. And we develop this direction with enthusiasm. First of all, I would like to talk about the positioning of the the Republic of Bashkortostan. So Oleg Chagadayev created such a history how to position Bashkortostan in this sphere. I will reveal some of the aspects of uniqueness of Bashkortostan. Sometimes we have the status of the second Switzerland, but it's not true just because we have quite low mountains, and of course we cannot be even compared to Caucasus. And of course sometimes they talk about exotics, for example, having horses. And we cannot compare us to Kamchatka or Baikal. What about the beauty? Yes, talking about our lakes and lake of Baikal, it's quite different. So what about Bashkortostan? Could we say which we're worse than everyone? We have no uniqueness. But our uniqueness is in the absence of this uniqueness. Yes, of course, we have small mountains, quite low, but still there would be no problems there to learn how to ski. Of course, we have nothing special like in Kamchatka, but as for us, it's quite safe. We would never meet bears when we are in the mountains. There was only one opportunity for me to see the bear in the mountains. Of course, we are not Baikal, but still, it's cheaper than to go there, and it's easier to reach our place. At least 2 hours, and you are in the mountains. 1 second. Our availability is we have tickets for 5,000. So I think safety and accessibility for family tourism, mass tourism. If you'd like to try rafting for the first time, you could come to Bashkortostan. And paths, they are also one of the drivers of our tourism. That path was developed by me and other enthusiasts for at least 3 years since 2017. And once I was thinking over creating it by myself, but it would be implemented in several years. And then I saw a lot of people joining my idea. And in 2020, we were reached by the Agency of Strategic Initiatives. And the State Committee on Tourism of the Republic of Bashkortostan could say that the path was developed in a rapid way after that. We have 2 main areas of it, just the lower part, through 2 resorts, Banny, Abzakovo, Beloretsk, and the second part is mostly with highlands, is Malinovo, Zubchatki, and Iremel. So when it would be implemented, when it would be ready, it would be one of the biggest tourist objects in Bashkortostan, 300 kilometers of the longitude. So there would be 25 points here to visit. As for resorts, Abzakovo and Banny, here is the national food and culture and kitchen. There would be an opportunity to try the horse milk, and a part of the route could be covered riding horses. They could be available tours for the weekend, family tours, and some complicated variants for several days, and to cover it in 2 weeks, at least 300 kilometers. Right now we have a half of that path, and it could be covered in 36 hours. So the path is constructed through different settlements, and also the houses could be rented there, and the small units which will have them. So now we have a lot of opportunities to implement it, and also if we'll build up several bases there, several places, it could be covered without any tents, having an opportunity to spend the night in a hotel. What's special about it? Of course, we'll touch upon the Gornozavodskoy Ural. It's about the mountain and factories which were developed on that territories. It's the industrial history of Ural. Our greatest and mighty Iremel. It's a sanctuary, it's a special place for our republic. It's an opportunity to spend your time without some digital items. And of course, you could also have an opportunity to stay in a hotel and also to spend time in Banya. The middle part of southern Urals is the best place for sports. We have a lot of ski competitions because we have a lot of places to stay, and also a lot of places for routes, and also there are some federal routes around it. Karakar race, for example, they could be met on the route to people from all around the country flock to this place. So in September this year we have another project which was called the Blogger Under the Backpack, and now now I could say it was the amount of viewers prevail 5 million. So we also promote the style. And the key history is that there are a lot of significant places, significant zones which are leaders, and maybe when we would like to integrate not the best, not the coolest project, but still, it is also another project where you would like to tick out and say that you have already covered it. You have already covered it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentations of the project. I could say it is a social-oriented project, and according to the estimates, I could say that according to the multiplicators, so one generated ruble in tourism could cover 4 rubles in other spheres, and it gives an opportunity for the locals to earn money too. It's not about the entering the business only with the investments they pay, but also ordinary people could sell milk or also have horse riding there, and also provide their families with food after that. Yes, that's true. And also, if there are some villages where they have some kind of the tourist items, tourist places, and that places which have nothing, of course, they have different attitude towards this. So that places where they also have some tourist routes, of course, they enjoy it, because now they understand that they have this opportunity. Yes, locals could understand that they also receive some profit, they gain some profit due to the tourists. And also the development of tourism could also provide the better quality of their life, because the locals should understand that in other case they could be quite, not even frightened, but they could be opposing tourism industry. We also developed the tour industry in Yeniseisk when we have already talked for that way long. They were asking if the tourists from Moscow will come to their place, and also how would they feel if some of the locals would come and also start a fight over there. The problem is that it is possible for at least 90%. We're not aggressive, but for us it's a challenge, because a person from Moscow came to our place in order to see our churches. We still cannot understand why do they do this, because we suffer other casualties. For us, it was a challenge too, because for locals, it's not only difficult because they cannot understand and they cannot realize the fact that they would also have an opportunity to earn more money as that people who come to their place too. So if locals would earn money, they would also create a safe environment for the tourists which will come to their place. So the locals should be involved into this business. And if the rate would be high, and they would have an opportunity to enter the market and also sell some services or products to the tourists, which will visit their place, everyone would stay in profit. Moreover, locals become proud of the place they live in, and it would be quite another quality to live. There is an example of Barcelona, of course, where it is an abundance of different tourists, but it's not that difficult really as it seems for us too.
I'm happy to be able to introduce now Yandex representative. Thank you very much to start with. Thank you very much, my colleague, the previous speaker. I'm now very much attracted by the Bashkir tourism. So I feel like very much coming and ballooning here. And if I can take my dog and my family, I would be the happiest person. This year has been a year of change in tourism. And my presentation is about figures. They show a lot. We're seeing how the demand changes, what's on the minds of the people, what's their interest. We're living in this paradigm of Yandex, which is very close to what has been observed by colleagues. So we're using various metrics and graphs. We're not always successful, but still we proceed irrespective of the weak points and the strong points. It's getting better compared to yesterday, to be sure. Therefore, that's our principle. Just some examples. I'm not using any slideshow. Mountain skiing is becoming very attractive. It has grown by 53%.
Сильно меньше интересовались горнолыжным туризмом на новогодние праздники, на зимнее время года.
The students didn't show interest to that kind of pastime during the major holidays like the New Year.
Это Шерегеш. Да, спрос с предыдущим годом на туры в Шерегеше 113%.
We have the figure 113%, so the interest has grown twofold.
Здесь рассказывал глава республики про сплавы, где были люди сплошняком. Кажется, в Шерегеше примерно так в этом сезоне на горе.
So the head of Bashkortostan talks about the importance of rafting. So it's very much like mountain skiing in Novosibirsk, which is just as popular. So I will be talking about the present trends.
Часто забывают, а мы можем хорошо с ней помогать и улучшать жизнь и туризма, и малому и среднему бизнесу. Речь про такую простую, казалось бы, бытовую, уже почти бытовую социальную вещь. В чем особенность? Мы видим, что уже порядка 70% поиска различных услуг, различных каких-то товаров, каких-то буквально куда пойти, там, где покушать, люди ищут не в поиске, не на каких-то специализированных сайтах, ищут просто в картах забивают, в навигаторе, тут же строят маршрут, и идут в ресторан, идут в музей,
Yandex, in this way they go to a restaurant, they
проездом куда-то. И здесь такая простая посыл, такая,
cultural places.
Что сделать после нашего сегодняшнего выступления? Это стараться все объекты, которые есть у вас, знаете, которые есть рядом с вами, но нет на карте, добавлять, потому что это базовая функция. Мы с вами можем добавлять объекты на карту. Будь это кофейня в вашем доме, парикмахерская, либо памятник, который недавно поставили в вашем районе, либо детская площадка, либо какой-то маршрут пеший по парку, там какому-то. Добавить нарисовать.
Nice walking tour, so it's time to advertise this in the Yandex.
Эти объекты появляются на карте, становятся доступны для всех. И что еще важно, если вы добавили, например,
cultural route appears on the cultural map, then the tourists can easily find, so we can give the rights of administration of these places to facilitate the finding of such places, and we can show the working hours and add news, so the Yandex maps will show.
Лид какой-то получить.
Там, конечно, есть возможность позвонить, возможность забронировать столик, есть сейчас возможность забронировать
the possibility to book a hotel and other services can be found. Everything is working now. And the hotels that are on the cultural map of Yandex, they become accessible to the tourists. Also, the accessibility is an important factor, so that young people can have an opportunity to visit the places. So we added the function, the information, the accessibility of the tourist place entertainment object for people with restricted physical abilities. So my colleagues did great work, and thus we have been able to include tourists with low mobility into the general infrastructure of tourism. Such possibilities are not available everywhere, so this function should be added to the Yandex in your territory too. One more figure
на что хочется обратить внимание вообще при формировании туристических продуктов. Первое — это то, что 55% туристов, которые вообще интересуются туристическими продуктами,
about 55% of the tourists take their family with kids of around 15 years of age.
Детская комната, им нужна няня, им нужна детская площадка.
They don't need nanny, they don't need a special person to look after them. So, if there are activities available for such teenage youth, then they can fill up their time visiting such places. About 60% of our people are looking for tourist products through mobile phones. Mobile applications have information, all kinds of information, and this is available and accessible, easily accessible for people who are interested. It's a very important factor. So we should react. And I have a question related to the observation in Bashkortostan. There are only about 12% who are real tourists. The rest of the people who travel to Bashkortostan are relatives, they come on business. So my question is how to attract more tourists. They do come independently without any guided tours. Are you planning to increase the tourist flow and separate those who come on business and visit relatives? I'm about to conclude. Just one more point. Back to mobile connections.
И сейчас вот мы ездим на Телецкое озеро, на Алтае. На Телецком озере связь хорошая, там 4G все хорошо, но по дороге от Горно-Алтайска до Телецкого озера, там около 100 километров.
Mobile connection, like it was pointed out previously, in the Altai region there is a problem how to use mobile connection, because the mobile phones become disconnected. But it's good they have other social networks, and it's important that such possibilities are in place. Therefore, we talk to mobile operators of these territories and try to convince them that if they cover the mobile connection in the distant areas, this will attract tourists So we can work together. The tourist business can work together with the social networks. Thank you, Evgeny. I would like to support your, from my personal experience. The other day, I asked my kids of 8 and 12 years old, where would you like to go? And they said, well, anywhere we go, there should be the internet first. If the internet is working fast, it's important for kids. And at the end of the route, they will be in the 4-star hotel. It's an exaggerated example, maybe, but if there are some leisure activities for children, they would be interested. Thank you very much indeed again. Our next speaker is Rishad Bayburin. Yes, would you like to take it?
Brand project and creative and art director of Paradox Box branding, also the artist, designer, and the winner of the contest, the favorite Bashkir artist. Please represent your project. I think it's enough to talk. Please, could you give me the opportunity to switch on my presentation? Yeah, I have some time limits. That's why I would cut my story short, and even if the topic is crucial and is quite interesting for discussion. First of all, I would like to show you the brand video, which was made 2 years ago. We would not watch the full video. We have 10 minutes, and I should finish in 10 minutes, so let's watch at least 2 minutes of it.
Башкортостан, ну не знаю. Это около Пакистана. Очень далеко.
Some jokes about Bashkortostan in Russian.
В Африке. Угадал?
Подняться выше нуля, поэтому снег сменился дождем.
incredible. So yeah, we have watched the whole video. I decided not to interrupt just because, yeah, it's great. So all in all, the video was made after we have implemented the tourist brand 2 years ago, and so to say, then Andrei invited me to take part. He mentioned the topic. It's like, what should we show to the world and how to sell it in the right way. I decided that we should not change the topic and just stick to the point that Andrei decided to take, because it's an exact variant. So what had happened in these 2 years? Because, in fact, what we have seen in that video, it's something which we could show to the world and also something which we could sell. It's some specifications of our country, of our area, which is called Terra Bashkiria. So, while implementing and creation of the tour brand, we had a lot of surveys, and we have discovered four main directions. These are the competitive destinations for our place, for our area. So I would tell this in short and present it. It's short, we have lack of time right now. Mostly we have a weekend tour and also 1 week tours. Mostly the New Year's Eve and New Year's celebrations. Of course, the majority of tourists flock comes in summer. This is how it was segmentized. What about the target audience? Active youth representatives, white collars, so-called, who comes to rafting, families, eco-tourists, foreigners, but a small amount of them. So this is the brand platform and positioning of the brand. So here it is. Here you can see why Bashkiria, not Bashkortostan, because it's one of the historic names of this area. And also the word Bashkortostan is associated with the countries which has some negative meaning too, and also Bashkiria is commonly used by people. If you remember, we also used a shot from TV when the host, TV host, pronounced Ulan-Ude. It's a real fact. We didn't make it up, or we didn't make it up. So what is it, Bashkiria? We were thinking over the positioning of our republic, and then we realized that the key thing which denotes our place is Ural. First of all, due to its place, and also the word Ural comes from Bashkir. It's a Turk word which comes from the word Ura, which means belt. Also, a lot of legends on the culture, and also the epos Ural Batur is connected with this word. There are a lot of toponyms from Bashkir and Turk languages, which are reflected in the names of rivers and mountains. Also the Shulgantash cave, which is not that popular among people, not that widely known. Also our mountains. So what are the results which we've made? Which are the conclusions? That not everyone knows what is at Bashkortostan. That's the case why we decided to transfer our disadvantage into advantage, just because it's a sacred place, an unusual one and magnificent, where you could learn something new and interesting, some Terra Bashkiria, Terra Incognita, Terra Nova, Terra Bashkiria, which possess unique culture monuments like Shulgantanj cave with ancient paintings, also a great collection of Sarmat gold, which is not that widely known, also a unique place, Shikhan, one of the oldest mountains of the world, also bee breeding here in Bashkortostan, which is quite popular and authentic, which remains since the ancient times. So we had a motto, the soul of Ural is the heart of Eurasia, to position the fact that soul is everything which is connected to culture and history, some cultural items, and heart is everything which is connected with health, care. Just because we have a lot of great resorts, health resorts, rafting, kitchen and cuisine and so on. So the identical which we have, identics which we have already seen in the video, which is based on the re-understanding of the ornaments of Bashkir people, which is quite authentic too, and this up-to-date way. So 2 years ago, there was no brand and no hashtag like Terra Bashkiria, and Yandex mostly showed nothing. I even wanted to save this print screen somewhere. So what had happened for the during these 2 years? There were a lot of circumstances which lead to the fact that the history of tourist brands in Russia is not that successful, and I cannot name any successful tour brand which could be provided as an example. So Terra Bashkiria is also could be also promoted in a better way. But all in all, I believe that the project was successfully met by people. So people post snapshots, a lot of great snapshots with the scenes of the nature. Of course, it's not obligatory. They just want to do this. And it shows that people enjoy the brand. In addition to the fact that there were several events organized by Arcada. There was an installation in the center of our city. Also, the Ufa airport created the posts. Also, we had the support of Sabaka magazine. So people support the brand, and I think it's the most essential thing because it's the most important aspect for our republic. We also discussed it with Andrei, and we realized that there is a minority of territories which also have a kind of a brand, not just an official thing which comes from authorities, but our personal intention, and it's a unique experience and a great brand which should be promoted. So it's also a slide which was made 2 years ago. It was the competitive environment which we had at that time, and now you can understand that we have quite a big target audience, which could also name other brands which could be that way well promoted, because not everyone knows them too. So, what else had happened? And what else? Which other changes did we face? I think everyone knows right now. I also would like to address the internet viewers. We have unique place, Shikhans, which are older than 300 million years. They are ancient ones and no one knew about them when we were creating our brand. We have discussed a lot of things, a lot of issues with our experts, and you know what? No one knew about it, and also about Shihans. But in August 2019, there were some events which led to the popularity of this place, because Shihans were in danger due to the soda factory. So it became a burning agenda around the world. There were a lot of people who supported those ones who struggled against the devastation of that areas. So even Maxim Galkin published a video which was connected to it. Also, Ksenia Sobchak visited this place, Pivovarov, who also interviewed Radi Khabirov. There was also a report of Sergei Shnurov, and Shihans became widely known on a state scale. I don't want to estimate from the point of view of politics or economy. I just want to attract your attention from the point of view of tourism, because we were granted with a unique chance when Shihans became well known in Russia, and also it should be used, it should be discussed, and that negative events should be transferred in some positive power. And the second disadvantage, which also covered the whole world, is of course COVID-19 pandemic, which changed the life of
зрители Международной недели бизнеса. Напомню, сегодня третий день, Уфимский конгресс-холл Таратау, и сегодня основная тема всех дискуссионных площадок — это, конечно же, туризм, о том, как он развивается, как будет развиваться, самое главное, все полезные кейсы, спикеры делятся, сейчас продолжают эти дискуссионные площадки, ну а мы продолжаем серию коротких интервью, и сейчас к нашему разговору подключается вице-президент Российского союза туриндустрии Александр Асауленко. Александр Павлович, приветствую. Уже с вами сегодня разговаривали в другой студии, но продолжим. Давайте вот сейчас хочется услышать ваше мнение относительно форума, вот непосредственно о туризме, насколько он, с вашей точки, оказался для всех участников прикладным, да? Смогли, как думаете, подчеркнуть из всех озвученных кейсов что-то полезное?
Ну, вы знаете, я считаю, что и к месту, и ко времени вообще это мероприятие, этот форум. Почему? Потому что когда мы все оказались в достаточно сложной ситуации, когда был такой вот локдаун в нашей сфере бизнеса туристского, то, безусловно, хотим мы этого или не хотим, мы в какой-то степени подводим некую черту, да, и определяем для себя определенные новые тренды, новые механизмы, делимся тем опытом, и как на базе него выстроить уже совершенно новые структуры управленческие, производственные и все остальные. И вот в этом плане, мне кажется, достаточно эффективным, именно с прикладной точки зрения. Почему? Потому что список участников, власть в достаточно высоком ее представлении, то есть и руководитель комитета Государственной Думы, ну и, безусловно, глава региона, вот, и ведущие в своих направлениях руководители туристических компаний, которые все делились опытом, и в первую очередь не то, что было в 2019 году, а то, как они работали, как они буквально восстанавливали свой бизнес после полного его закрытия, вот уже в 2020-м. И каких результатов они добились, за счет чего. Вот это очень важно. И плюс вот онлайн-трансляция, очень много подписчиков с разных регионов страны, которым действительно это интересно в практическом применении.
Александр Павлович, а если говорить вот о перестройке, вы сказали, что сейчас отрасль перестраивается на новый, так скажем, лад работы. Как думаете, вообще сегодня реально руководители бизнесов в туризме, они уловили вот новый тренд? Как думаете, смогут перестроиться? Да, вот сегодня мы с руководителем направления Красной Поляны говорили о том, что они перестроились таким образом, что они принимают бизнес-туристов, и, соответственно, те, которые уехали, как будто вот этот пережить локдаун, соответственно, работают с курортного места, но они вот переоборудовали свои места, сделали это так называемый коворкинг, небольшие центры, где не будешь же в номере гостиничном работать, да, там, особенно если ты семью еще привез с собой. Вот перестраиваться, и уловили ли вот этот вот тренд руководителя бизнесов?
Вы знаете, с моей точки зрения, в большинстве своем да. Вот те руководители предприятий, которые не плакали, ну, условно говоря, да, и не ждали, что вот мы просто сидим и ждем, когда нам помогут, а когда сами искали выходы, когда сами определяли новые направления вот в развитии своего предприятия, новую клиентскую базу, если хотите, да, новые технологии при этом, да, использовались при формировании продукта, при его продвижении, при его продаже, рассчитанные уже совершенно на другие категории туристские. Вот те оказались сегодня в плюсе. И когда пошел даже вот элементарно вот кэшбэк 2.0, да, они уже были к этому готовы. Они предлагали готовый продукт, именно этот продукт был востребован, именно к ним на их площадке, так сказать, приходил потребитель. И вот даже вы назвали Красная Поляна. Ну, посмотрите, да, запущено было там со середины июля, разрешили там принимать и так далее и тому подобное. Но я знаю их показатели. Летний период, горный кластер, процент заполняемости отелей 85%.
О, никогда такого не было.
Вы понимаете? Это когда у нас ковид на дворе.
Understand it's when we have COVID, when everything is closed, we have a lot of sanitary restrictions. Together with that, it's a typical example. All the guys from Altai that presented today their own managing solutions that helped them to end with a positive plus this year when the Republic of Altai was closed and so on, like other regions. So it says that many companies finally managed to integrate themselves into this situation, to find their ways out, their solutions, new production, new marketing approaches. All these helped, and they're in positive right now. So I would like to ask about the forecast for 2021. What do you think? Whether it will be possible to fight back all the results? The touristic industry wouldn't be able to fight back. I think that the majority of companies, touristic companies and heads of these companies, they clearly understand today that this business is not for one day. It's business for decades, for hundreds of years, if you would like. And of course, taking this into consideration, many, because of that, take major expenses. They don't put it on their tourists. And this allows to understand clearly that these companies create the future, and that Russian business, Russian touristic business, has great potential. And those financial and economic indicators that are defined by national project tourism, they will be reached. So it's a fantastic end of today. So I hope it will be this way at the end of 2021. And the same forum will be in Bashkortostan, and then we will sum up and we will check whether this forecast will come to reality. Thank you very much. Vice President of Russian Association of Tourism was here with us today, and the third day of Business Week has come to an end. So tomorrow we're going to have the fourth day that will be dedicated to economy. There will be a meeting of ministers of economic development of regions of country, and we have a lot of, they will discuss a lot of questions, so I hope they will be interesting. So please stay with us. Ufa, Congress Hall, Taratau, be with us.